All right, guys, everybody ready? Here we go. All right, welcome everybody. We're back at it. That was a pretty quick transaction, if I could say so myself. We're starting a little bit later here because of the banquet, if y'all checked that earlier. So we're about an hour late here. We're going to have to really ding through these. We might actually postpone one of the races depending on how late it is by the third time the race starts. We'll talk to the guys about that later on. We can always make it up later. But right now, currently, Gabriel Kirtley is up for qualifying at a 5.428. Everybody's got paid out. I haven't even ate today, so it's been a very long day. Gabriel Kirtley, of course. Uh, Actually, you know what? I forgot I got the microphones and stuff set up. Let me go get a microphone laying out there so that they got some sound for these cars. Got a microphone out there. Now y'all can hear the cars go by. So it looks like Gabriel Kirtley there with a 5.339 to start our racing day in the DTM class. And it looks like we're going to have a good one. What I need to do, check here really quick, is just to make sure that we are connected in all of our stuff. And we are good here. So let's go back to chat here. Oops. And this is one that can just go ahead and be deleted. All right. Yeah, because Twitch sometimes likes to stick fake ones in there. Yeah. What's going on? Why isn't somebody up? All right. So Guillermo's tire was over top of his car there. But hey, the clock is the clock, guys. I tried to get to it quick enough, couldn't get to it in time. But Guillermo, he's already turning a 5.550 right now. 5.676 that last lap. Now in a 441. Pretty good time there, 5.441. Getting these cars to hook up is definitely paramount and key, to say the very least. And these guys with these high RPM cars know that to be the case. So Guillermo Sire is going to be about a tenth of a second behind Gabriel, as all the guys are clapping for Guillermo. Next up is going to be Randy Kirtley, it looks like, as he gets hooked up. Uh, Looks like he's going to test drive his birthday present here today. So he got him a birthday present from me and Gabe the other day, and that is the new costing controller. A lot of guys like those. But we will be live streaming all day. Special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore, Kentucky Subway, and Defense 7 Technical Group, our new sponsor here at Lanes Raceway. You ready? Here we go. Four red lights are dropping out to green. Here we go. Randy Kirtley up now. Him and Gabriel just coming off of a race. Him and Glenn and Gabriel coming off of a race there in Nashville. Or, sorry, Apex. It's not in Nashville. It's pretty close, though. James Decker said, hey, guys. Hey, James. That might have been from the previous stream. 1352. Yeah, that's from the previous stream. But nonetheless, hello, James. So right now, 5.858 currently. And in this race, it is live track. So you see all these guys track marshaling. They're there to pick cars up. Looks like we got plenty track marshals today. Some more claps there for Randy Kirtley as he does a 5.844. That's going to make him third position currently. Up next is Nathaniel Burden. Here we go. A little bit. It can be turned on. You'll have to wait till the qualifying's over. Then we'll get that figured out. So T's asking about how we're going to slot these racers. So half of them are going to an A main, the other half a B main. And Nathaniel's car sounding better this week because it's getting a little bit more whine to it. Ten seconds left to go for Nathaniel with a 6.182 currently. His car seems pretty planted though. A little bit of a skippy out there. Nathaniel Burden there in fourth position, 6.182 as he gets his applause there. Next up is going to be Sean McCutcheon lining up. As you can see, the Four Crown shirts there in the bottom right. We just finished up our 2025 banquet. So this will be Defense 7 Technical Group, one of our sponsors here, new sponsor. Just a little quick stop in to let you see our sponsors there. Sean, you ready? Here we go. So we're going to skip through the time here and get Sean rolling. And here we go. Sean already out. Very aggressive. Aggressive again. Almost instant. So it looks like Sean was having some issues there with his controller. That's brand new, so it should be working. Sean turning a 5.517. All right, Sean's going to be in third position there with a 5.517. Here we go. All right, Glenn Burden's up next. 6.355 so far. right, it's 6.355 for Glenn there, currently in 6th position. Next up will be James McCutcheon. Then after James will be Gunner and Jay. So we'll have 9 racers here. The B main's going to have one more guy. Here we go. Guillermo trying to get Sean or James's car back on there. A little bit of frame stutter there. And a red flag rotation, 6.443 for James McCutcheon. Gunnar Vender is going to be up next. All right, here we go. 6.396 so far for Gunnar. All right, and that's a red flag rotation. And that's going to put Gunner there in 5th position, the breakoff point. Jay Latham's up next. Here we go. Jay, you ready? Jay's car is smooth as butter, folks. 6.734 so far. Can't even hardly hear this thing run. 5.950. Wow. King of Lanes Raceway. I can't do it. Sorry. The 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 green lights are stopping me. And that's a checkered flag. All right, let me get the pictures here real quick if I can. All right, I got them. All right. All right, let me go to the, setting this up right now, folks. Let me go to the, Gabriel, where do you want to go? Oh, sorry. Jay, where do you want to go? Orange. Glenn, Gunner, where do you want to go? Black. Nathaniel, where do you want to go? Glenn, where do you want to go? James, where do you want to go? White. Uh huh. I mean, we'll look into it. A lot of times, see the way that those are lined up there. If that brass touches another piece of the brass, if it ain't all the way up in that, you can short your controller out. It's happened a lot. I mean, we'll be able to fix it, but I'm just saying that that's what happens a lot on this track because of the way that they're angled. They're all in line with each other this way. It'd be optimal if they were like this because then you can hang it and they'll never touch. Okay, thank you. James Deckard. Hey guys. Hey James. On Facebook. James Deckard on Facebook. Yeah, another James. Now guys, remember, no changing tires, no changing nothing. These cars stay on this track till the end of the race. Period. I got it here. I just once I start, I leave it right there on the pause, and I'll turn my mouse upside down, and then I click it. So this is our B main here. Nathaniel Burden on red, James McCutcheon on white, Jay Latham orange, Glenn Burden yellow, Gunnar Vender on black. Thank you, Dad. Oh yeah. Hey, are you running the hardened Mazzetti or hardened Gemini? You're gonna run it today though. Cool. Hey, I'll put it like this: that car you just run, smooth little butter car, there, man. All right, we need track marshals. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah, okay, I got that mic turned off. Just making sure. Did you let everybody know that they can get Subway sandwiches or whatever they need over there? Okay. Huh? They've been eating. No, I'm gonna hold off till I get done with the race. I'll just eat tonight. I'll just do a little fast today. I'll be all right. Kidoki. Let's see here. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. We got our racers. Track marshals, please. If you ain't racing, get the track marshaling. See, I didn't know that. Sorry. Gunner, you want to race now or later? Who is it? Jay. Now or later? All right. Here we go, guys. So the red points, sorry about that, the confusion here. Red points on the track, I will be killing the track when I hear the track marshal say track. Other than that, it is a live track, folks. Right now, Jay Latham out in the lead. He's been working pretty hard on his cars here lately. And I know that one car there on top of the bridge came out, but Randy's got long enough arms there. He was able to put that car back on, so we didn't kill the track for that. If you're wondering why you can hear the cars really good, it's because I got a microphone out there on the track. So we had a car crash there on the front stretch. That's why the track got shut off. Other than that, like I said, live track here, so these races will go pretty quick. And this is how they run the Flexi Challenge series from Allen Ingram. Gunnar Binder now in the lead, median of 6.44. It's all right. It's all right. Everybody does. Brian said he was sorry for yelling. It's all right. I've used to it. Last week though. It got pretty loud in here. All right, that's the end of the first round robin heat. And let's see here if I can come over here and make this a little bigger. So Gunnar Vinder going to have 18 total laps. 16 laps there for Jay Latham, tied with Glenn Burden and Nathaniel Burden. And 13 laps, James McCutcheon. So we got a three-way tie there for second position as we go into the second heat. Now these guys are not, and I repeat, not allowed to take these cars off the track. All work must be done on the track, and they are not allowed to modify anything on these cars. No tires, no nothing. You can't add nothing. You can't put a different body on it. Nothing. This kind of went through the wayside. Guys, don't pay attention to that time. Uh, I'll fix it when we start the next round. I forgot to set it. I'll put you on the Formula One speed. I can't change it right now. I wish I could. What's that? Oh, I can change it. Okay, excellent. I didn't know I could move that thing out of the. Now I moved it out of the way. Where'd it go? Hang on. There we go. All right, it's changed now. So when everybody gets, what's up, dude? Okay. Did did he really? All right. Well then no. Called you out. Got a little too much now for us there, Gaby. There you go. Hey, let me, James. If anybody has questions about this series, ask Glenn, Gabriel, or Dad. They know. Okay, I know a little bit about it. I'm doing research, but I'm also doing everything in Lanes Raceway too. So I don't know as much as they do. The question was arose, can you put a sticker on the back of the car? And the answer is no to that. The stickers have to be placed on the front nose. All right, we got all our racers. We need track marshals. Here we go. All right, and we're set up for round robin two. Gunnar Vinder out in the lead, followed by Jay Latham. Tucked body there. Look like on white lane for Jay Latham. It is definitely a different type of racing. You hear the guys talking about guide flags a lot. What they're talking about is the guide flags are turning over and not turning back to the center, so they have to fix them, and that causes a lot of time issues for guys that wreck. You see how some of them they just get put right back on. You don't have to worry about the guide flag turning to one side or the other. That's why you want it. Gunnar Bender currently 2 laps out and a best lap time of 5.910. He has done a lot of practicing with his car, so this is making quite a bit of sense. Him and Jay were pretty close to the same cutoff time. I found out I was supposed to allow them to choose whether or not they wanted to be in the A or the B. Jay was good with staying in just simply because we had already had it set up. So, like I said, there's a few things that I can work on here for sure, understanding the rules, but there's a lot of stuff going on. Gunnar Vinder in first, 35 laps, 33 tied Nathaniel and Glenn there for second. Fourth position, 31 laps for Jay Latham and James McCutcheon, 27. Yeah, I was just talking to Gabe there. He brought the out of sight bodies over here. They are illegal. We can't run those in the series. The problem was is I bought several of them, and now they're unusable in this class. But nonetheless, LMP and stuff like that, when we run it here at Lanes Raceway, that's pretty much what it is a LMP body like JK, real low profile looking. So guys will use them for that, and I'll make it an LMP body. Anyhow, not a big deal. Some guys use the compressed air to cool their cars down here. Some guys got turbojet fans here at Lanes Raceways. Other people have their break-in stations and stuff. As you can see, everybody working on their cars on the track. 22 seconds before we go back green racing. I really wish our shirts would have came in, but maybe they'll get done better and everything. And we're back green flag again. Gunnar Bender still holding on to that lead by 2 laps. Nathaniel and Glenn tied up there. Jay Latham a couple laps down from them. Everybody trying to get used to their new version of their cars because everybody has tore down their cars and rebuilt this week to try to get those faster times and everything. So we're starting to see a little bit of that action take place. Brian Bender trying to get a car to move there on green. James McCutcheon. Special thanks to our sponsors. Sorry for the yawn. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. And we good? Livermore Subway, 5999. Give them a call. Get you a Subway made up right now today. You come in. Today was our banquet day. We still have a few Subways from the Subway platter we got made. You come on in and get you one of them if you haven't ate yet. We do that every time we have a banquet. So there's always somewhere guys can get a free meal. If you need a free meal, come on in. And you can watch some racing. Our other sponsor, Defense 7 Technical Group, out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Give them a call for all your IT management needs for sure. And they sponsor the Cup Series here at Lanes Raceway. Oh, Randy's saying he had a 10 3/4, several cars coming off. He might have to get that old nickname back out of the closet, Octopus Arms. He hates that nickname, by the way. Let's see, Gunnar Bender crossing the start-finish line there as we get a little bit of a hiccup there in the camel hump. Gunnar Bender making a pass on the outside there. Coming up on the yellow car of James McCutcheon. James coming off there. Gunnar making a pass on Glenn Burden on the inside on White. 1, 2, makes it to the second corner there. Round robin 3 of 8 is in the books. Let's take a quick look here. Gunnar Bender, 53 laps, 51 Nathaniel Burden, 49 Glenn Burden, 48 Jay Latham, and 41 James McCutcheon. That's a JB, isn't it? That is? Did you get there? Did you get that at the shop? Oh, did he? Is it? Let me look at it. I'll tell you what it is. I've seen some God flags in my day. Yeah, that's a JB. That's a weighted God flag. I am positive, 100%. That's the ones that you ordered that we couldn't thread. You can get them threaded though. That's what that is. I guarantee you take a sander and sand that, you're going to see some metal. Yeah, those are like $13, $14 a flag, son. Well, I'll order them this Monday. Really? Well, I got some black Cahosas over there. They don't look like that though. Yeah. Track marshals. Gunnar Bender hanging on to that lead still by 2 laps. Now currently on white lane. Heard a squeal out there. Randy Kirtley repping the Fall Series 2024 Series shirt here at Lanes Raceway. The only way to get a shirt here at Lanes Raceway, you got to be a racer, folks, and be a part of the series that it's in. If you're a member, you get it for free. If you're not, you can purchase one. "57 seconds left in the heat. Something happened. Ready? So it looks like car got a little bit sideways and took out a Guillermo pit boy. I don't know what's going on here with James Carr on the straight stretch. He's looking at something. And that is going to be a red flag rotation. Gunnar Fender in the lead, 71 laps, 70 for Nathaniel, 65 for Jay Latham, 64 Glenn Burden, and 56 for James McCutcheon. Special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. Go over there, get you a sub sandwich today. We actually got some cater stuff from them. And they also do catering, if you didn't know. They will cater you some subs. So give them a call, 270-278-5999. Defense 7 Technical Group for all your IT needs out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Look them up and give them a call. Guys going to work on our cars here. Like I said, we had a little bit of a tussle up with the uh, pit boy from Guillermo Sire. One of them got hit in the previous heat. Excuse me. Excuse me. Gabriel and Guillermo over here right in front of me working on something, looking at something, gear size. Here we go. Smell a warmed up motor out there, guys. Getting a little stinky out there. Somebody might be torquing the motor here soon. I think there might be voodoo in the mix. Putting a little voodoo drops on the commentator there. One of them's starting to stanch a little. Now, whether they're in the A main or the B main, it does not matter. It's whoever has the most laps, period. So technically, if there's a lot of wrecks in the A main, you could probably end up winning a B main, but it's very, very unlikely because the A main usually is quite a bit faster than the B main, but it's possible. And James having some issues getting his car put on there, so we get a track call as the car gets knocked off in the red zone. Nathaniel within 4 laps to Gunnar Binder. Excuse me. Done a lot of talking this morning, folks. Still working on getting the old chest congestion down, so I'm sorry about that. James yet again having some issues there. And that's going to be the end of round robin 5 of 8 in the DTM Winter Series here at Lanes Raceway. Gunnar Binder out in the lead, 90 laps, 85 laps Nathaniel, 83 laps Jay Latham, 82 laps Glenn Burden, James McCutcheon, 68 laps. And in the intermission, special thanks to our sponsors yet again, Livermore Subway and Defense 7 Technical Group. If you're interested in joining in on some of the racing here at Lanes Raceway, you're more than welcome to come on down and join in with these guys. You can be a member. Races and practice all free. If not, it is $15 a race, but you will be counted point wise. And at the end of it, you got an option to get you one of these shirts, kind of like what you see there on the right screen. That was our Four Crown shirt, and they're engrammed with the person's name on it and all the classes that they ran there in the Four Crowns, plus the Kingship there, showing who won the Kingship. So we develop a shirt every season for the guys, and if you see a guy out there in the world wearing a Lanes Raceway shirt, you can bet your bottom dollar they race slot cars. So strike up a conversation with them for sure. A lot of these guys wear the Lanes Raceway shirts almost every time they come in here. At least a couple of them do. Right now, I think we probably got 12 shirts that we've created since we've been open. We didn't always make shirts. That was something that came afterwards. I've always been a guy that just likes making shirts. 15 seconds left to go here, though, and we're going to be rolling into the next heat. But, as for the 3 strike rule, I like it, but I also really like this, how fast and furious the racing is on this. Works really good, especially if you got track marshals. Hardly any track calls whatsoever. Fast and furious racing for sure. But you are reliant on human error. And this sometimes can be very frustrating if you get a bad track marshal. So it's kind of sad in a way, but in a way, excellent. I think the track marshals here really do the best that they can do. As always, the best thing to do, though, keep your car on the track. So see Gabriel there, nice and steadily getting 2 cars put on. He's had a lot of practice here in the past day or two putting cars back on, as he was at the Flexi Challenge there in Apex. And we had a fellow Apexian, I guess you could call it, come down and visit us Thursday night, I think it was, for our race, our drag race. KG, he come down here, and man, what a spectacular drag racer he is. That guy right there, man, he was hitting his times. He didn't even need a good car. I could have just gave him a FCR car out of the box, and he could have brought it home to a victory. He was cutting triple O lights left and right. It was crazy. 47 seconds left to go in this heat. But a smooth race so far. Not too bad. Now, when the Flexi Challenge race comes here April the 12th, right there by the pillar, you can see just to Gabriel Kirtley's left there, there's going to be, I think, a young lady sit there with the track button, so she'll be able to hit the button. And in my seat right here where I'm sitting, we're going to have Blake Smith, a commentator for Let's Talk Racing and radio host. He's going to come in here and do the race for those guys. We're going to have some bleachers here for people that want to come in off uh, the road or whatever. Well, that ain't a track call. Okay. Um, but they'll be coming here, and we'll have some bleachers set up for people to sit down and enjoy the race. I think we'll do a 50-50. I still haven't called the newspaper. I need to call them. I've just been very, very busy here the past probably 4 or 5 weeks. It's just been super busy. It's hard to even think sometimes. Last night we didn't have a really good night either. Our cat died, and we've had him for like 14 years, so that was pretty rough. Gunnar Vender, first place, 109, 102. Nathaniel Burden, 100. Jay Latham, 99. Glenn Burden, 83. James McCutcheon. So that wasn't exactly what I wanted to see when we got home last night. We got home about 11:42, so that was pretty rough. We left here a little bit late last night. Still had some guys wanting to talk slot car, so we stayed open a little bit later. But having to bury a loved one as soon as you get home after a long day was pretty rough. But that's life. That's a good point to bring up. If Jesus ain't your Lord and Savior, let him be. He's the best friend you could possibly have. I talk to him every morning in the shower when I get ready to come here. He gets me through, he knows I have a very busy lifestyle, but I do lean on him a lot and rely on him a lot. I pretty much every time I pray, I'm like, I'm weak and I need your strength, so get me through. And he does. And I blow up a lot. I'm not a really good person. I mean, I'm just saying, um, I'm human. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm sin free for no way. I mean, every day something gets on my nerves enough that would be considered. But he makes a way for me, and I stay in His Word, and I find that His Word leads you and guides you if you are searching for truth. That is, and what is the truth, right? Well, it's in there, and if you live by it, you can go to sleep at night, get you a good rest, knowing that it matches up with your conscience very, very well. His words are seared to our conscience, so we all know what right and wrong is. It's just whether or not we want to accept who right and wrong is. And I'm big on that, so I ain't going to ever get that out of me. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll take a water. Thank you. But he is far better than we deserve, to say the very least. Right now, Gunnar Vender first place, 112, 113 total laps. Nathaniel Burton there in orange, 105. Jay Latham, 104. Glenn Burton, 102. James McCutcheon, 87. He's going to bring me a water here. Let me exchange you. NOS for water. Thank you. Well, I was getting thirsty. Where's it at? If it ain't in the red zone, guys, it's not a track call. Hey, racers, don't call track. Track marshals, call track. Here we go. Never see right there, it blew up. Constitute, I was a little irritable at that point. Now we're threading needles here. If you guys were wondering how the devil works, that's how he works in a nutshell. See, I just talk about the Lord and say, oh, I'll blow up every once in a while. Well, he just showed you how human I really am. Nonetheless, that blood's been shed for me, so there you go. Let that be known. Oh, you can't glue? That's something I didn't know. No gluing during the race in the Flexi Challenge. And like I said, guys, we have set it up too. It does for the next couple months. It will cost you a little extra to race on this blue track than the open-ended $10 on all slot car tracks all day. And the reason why is we got to keep this track in pristine order for that race to come. We don't want raised up braid, busted up braid from rookies tearing stuff up. So if you really want to run on the blue track, it's $10 plus another $10 just to run on it during the day. So uh, it's a very premium track, guys. This track was not cheap to say the least. And if we're going to try to run good races on it, we definitely want it to be in good shape. So we have made that decision last week to change that whenever we started this series. So I want to try to keep this thing in the best condition we can. So if you have come here before and you paid $10 or $5 for your kids to come race on this track and play around and stuff for track day, just know that the next time you come, if you want to be on the blue track, it's going to cost an extra 10. So don't be surprised when you get to the checkout, because that's how we keep track of this track, basically, and keep it good. So you see Randy there rolling the braid down now. Now this is from guys that know how to run this track and things like that that are good. Uh, the rental cars and stuff here, they're meant to beat and bang. They're not very fast, but usually younger kids, younger adults, people that don't know how to run on the track run those, and it does tear this track up. So right now this thing is a 10 out of a 10 track. It's brand spanking new, and it is very important to me that April the 12th there is no complaints of this track. So nonetheless, that's why that has been instituted. But you're more than welcome to get on if you pay the $10, because at that point, I feel that you are serious about wanting to run on it. Now, if you're a member, of course, members get to race everything with no cost. So it looked like somebody added glue to the track on the in the middle of the corner or something. It looks like Sean is pulling that off. Well, yeah. So Gabe, do you think April the 12th we should before April the 12th and these guys get here, we clean the track and then spray glue it? Okay. So Mary and them is going to come down and help us spray glue the track and clean it, which is great. That way everything's as good as it possibly can be when they come. So that's good. And this is the final heat for the B main. And what a race it's been. Like I said, guys, we're always learning here at Lanes Raceway. There's always room for improvement. When you stop improving, you're not pushing to the higher mark, the way I see. You should always strive for perfection in everything that you do. Anything worth doing is worth doing right. That's what I've always heard. Best one I ever heard is do it like you're doing it for the Lord. So, and He accepts nothing but perfection. So, there you go. Gonna be, he's been hanging on to this lead the whole race, 137, 138 laps. Nathaniel Burton there in second. Like I said, he is increasingly, every race that he runs, getting more and more consistent, keeping his car on at 131 laps there, only 8 laps down. Jay Latham there in third at 130. Excited to see Jay Latham's car here later on as he is running one of the new hardened Gemini chassis that he's been working on. So I'm excited to see that when that comes. And that'll be in the GTP class, our last race of the evening. Glenn Burton there in fourth position, 129, and James McCutcheon, 110. And that is a checkered flag here. Let's go look at these racer standings here. Gunnar Bender 144, 136 tied Nathaniel and Jay. So we're going to need some numbers for those guys. 131 Glenn and 113 James McCutcheon. All right, what else was I doing? I was going to do something else. Oh yeah, I was going to check the sound here. I'm going to mute the mic real quick. So it looks like line 2 is not batteries are dead, so y'all ain't hearing the cars anymore. It looks like. I don't know, it kind of had a little bit of a hiccup there, didn't it? Huh. I don't know. Not picking up on the sound of the cars, but nonetheless, we can change the batteries out on that possibly. No, it's I got one over there in the infield. I guess the batteries died on it. All right. So you got picture and everything, got all things wrote down and all that. What's that? Yeah, you need to take a picture for you because we got to keep track of the points. Actually, you won't need to because he's writing it down. Just keep track of that paper. So, yeah, this race is over with. Y'all can take your cars. As soon as Glenn gets you marked down, y'all can take your cars. Because we ain't racing them again. All right, let me get my phone out wherever it is because I got to get the next race set up. Oh, I do see that. I didn't see it the way it was angled. It looked like it was a part of it. That's crazy. It was smooth sounding. So let me get these racers in here. We're going to go ahead and clear all these guys. And then I got to get the new racers. And this is going to be our A main here. Come on, baby. There we go. Gabriel, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Orange. Guillermo's up next. Guillermo, where do you want to go? White. All right. Sean, where do you want to go? So you want to be disqualified? Red. All right. Dad, where do you want to go? Yellow. I like messing with Sean. All right, guys, y'all are good to go.
Give me a cheek. I love you.
I love you too. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, you can put those up. If you want, grab that microphone before we start, or get me some batteries before we start that race, and we'll that way they'll have some sound on these cars. Cause that microphone is a dead. So I need two double A's. Wow. Two dubs. Are those new? New enough. Two WAs. Let's go over here and check it. I might just stick this one on the white table. Where there's a little sound to them cars. I always like a little bit of sound. I'm going to mute my headset, Mike. Test. Test. One in the restroom. All right, looks like we got enough now. Here we go. Nathaniel, go to the other side. Or Glenn. What's going on? Oh, the train's rolling. Hey, train's rolling. Choo choo. This is the A main here. Deborah out in the lead right now, turning the best lap time in the race qualifying for the DTM. They may having some issues keeping their cars on the track. Sean ended up, I believe, last week taking a win. 5.533, the best lap time. I'm hearing something sounds like a spinning gear. Took a few drop frames there. And that's a red flag rotation. Gabriel Kirtley going to hang on to that lead there, doing pretty impressively so far. 21 total laps. He's up by a few. Randy Kirtley 19, 18 Guillermo, and 17 Sean McCutcheon. Special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. And Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro, Kentucky. They sponsor our Four Crowns, and they will be our sponsors for the whole year. So every time you see a live stream here on Lanes Raceway, they will get mentioned for sure. If you are interested in being a sponsor for Lanes Raceway, give us a call. We could get you set up on a sponsorship per race or for the season. In the season, when I say season, I'm talking all year. Four Crowns there, of course. Those are the shirts that they got for the Four Crowns there. And we are working on other shirts right now for the 1RC series, Dirt Late Model series, and our The List series for drag racing. I think I broke my other webcam, so I might have to get another webcam this week. Money can be. I don't know if I'll have it or not this week. If not, you may lose a view on the drag strip this week, because this one took a pretty hard spill. I'm currently actually using the Logitech cam that goes to the drag strip. There's always an issue for sure. Looks like we got 10 seconds. Track marshals. The lights wait for no man. And that's how it'll be when they come. You know, I know you've seen me pause it a few times here. The guys make me pause it. But when they come, they will not pause it. So good luck to you. So right now is a good time to get your mind kind of set on things to get ready to rock and roll racing wise. Let's focus in on our leader as he crosses the start finish line. 1, 2, 3. He's now in the camel hump. So we get a track call there. And that's Randy Kirtley coming off there on orange. Gabriel Kirtley off the start finish line trying to reel in some of that group. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, and Guillermo Sire. Gabriel Kirtley kind of in no man's land there. But he is starting to slowly increase as he does have the best lap time right now. And he's got a smooth ride. A whole big difference from what we've seen in the Four Crowns. Even in the 72 pitch, Gabriel Kirtley is a force to be reckoned with this DTM car here. Only gaining right at a car length per lap on these guys. But that's how races are won and lost. It's literally won and lost by car lengths. And we see him now starting to reel in Sean McCutcheon there in the orange and yellow car. He's coming up really tight and close here. Like I said, my brother was a force to be reckoned with back in the day when it comes to racing, and he's like a freight train. It won't stop until he's on top. Livermore Lightning himself, as he gets a car in his lane, and lots of issues there as his car got held up quite a bit. But he's still holding on to the lead by a lap and a half here. 8 seconds left to go. An impressive white lane there for Gilbert Kirtley. If he didn't get caught up in that wreck there in the second to the last turn there, would have been a whole lot better. But hey, those things happen. That's racing, guys. Sometimes people wreck. Gilbert Kirtley hanging on a lead, 40 even laps, 39 for Randy Kirtley, 38 for Guillermo Sire, 37 for Sean McCutcheon. We're seeing a different Randy Kirtley this week. Hardcore is what I would say. Guillermo Sire there, also his usual self. Sean McCutcheon there, down a little bit time-wise. Might be the end of the motor for him, maybe. But he was strong last week, to say the very least. Like I said, special thanks to our sponsor, Livermore Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Give them a call for your IT needs there. And special thanks to Lanes Raceway for putting on all this racing for you. Over here, took my own horn a smidge. Don't mind if I do. Come on down, join in the racing with these guys. You see them working hard there, keeping their cars in order, and this is the kind of upper echelon racing we all love to see. You can be these guys in less than a couple months. I think I seen Gunnar Bender about 6 months it took him. Sorry to yawn there, folks. 6 months it took Gunnar Bender to get on this level. And he's rolling here with these boys. He was right there at the cutoff, him and Jay Latham. And all it takes is practice and a good ethic of tear down and making sure things are flat true. And when all things work together, it ends up turning out pretty good. And today it's turning pretty good for Gabriel Kirtley. Hopefully his luck will stay and he won't have a ripped body or something else. 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds. So I'm back on the pause here, getting ready for that. As we are round robin 3 of 8. We're humming right along here, about to be through the DTM. Turn marshals, guys, turn marshals. Here we go. And Gabriel Kirtley there on a red lane. Going across the start-finish line now. 1, 2, 3. He's kind of back in no man's land here. He's going to try to rip them on in and try to gain a little bit here. Richie Austin says, evening, Richie Austin. We're just now getting started racing. We had a banquet a little bit earlier, so we're going to have a little bit of a late night here at Lanes Raceway. But the guys had a good banquet. They didn't have their shirts, and that's kind of on me. I didn't check my email. We had an issue with the shirt's color, so that put my delivery off 3 days. We actually didn't get a delivery one this week. I didn't get to them in time. My birthday was Monday, and I was a little late shooting the delivery to Michael there at ERI, so I must have missed the cutoff time there. And then our 1RC order didn't get made either. Gabe wasn't feeling well. He's still not feeling perfect, but, plus it's tax time too, so that could be a big portion of it. So next week we're probably going to have it all come in all at once, and that's fine too. But we still had a good banquet. We talked to all the racers. Y'all should check back on that live stream and take a gander at that and see what you think. But all the racers had something to say, and you can get to know the racers a little bit too. And I think it was a great banquet, probably the best one we've had so far, just because the racers had a lot more talk time. So it's pretty cool. And if you didn't know, spoiler alert, Jay Latham is the king yet again for this 2025 season. For those that don't know, the series that they're running right now is called the Flexi Challenge Prep Series, but it's also our winter series. So it'll be the Purple Crown for the 4 crowns. And whether it be DTP or DTM, LMP, or GTP out of this class, one of these classes will go to the 4 crowns next year. And all you got to do to get into 4 crowns at Lanes Raceway and get those big money payouts and all that good stuff and join the banquets, get those shirts and prizes and get put up on the wall for eternity here at Lanes Raceway or until fire burns this place down. He's got to be in one of these series, whether it be winter, summer, spring, or fall. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead still, 61 laps, 57 tied all the way down for everybody else. Sean, Guillermo, and Randy. And put that back up. Special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore Kentucky Subway and Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green area. Richie Austin says, got hotel rooms booked today for the Flexi Challenge race. That's awesome, Richie. Now remember, we are going to have a couple hookups for RV drivers too, so you guys are more than welcome. First come, first serve when it comes to that. But nonetheless, we'll have that ready for you. Right now, we're working on bleachers, Richie, for that. We're going to have a couple bleachers set up for people to come and get on the bleachers and watch some racing. About pretty much where Guillermo is, there's going to be a bleacher set going all the way through there on that straight spot. And I've already tested it out. I took one of those white tables in front of my section here, towards the right of your screen. Took one of them, stuck it over there, and then put me some chairs on top of it to get some height. And man, it is cool. Like I'm probably during that race because Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing is going to be in this seat. I'm probably going to be sitting over there. I'm probably going to be sitting on the top row on the bleachers when that race comes through. So I'm super excited. This is the first series we've been a part of, and like I said, I get super excited about racing. And I'm going to be on that top row watching and talking and you know doing the whole nine. It's going to be fun. We'll try to set it up to where that me and Blake both can hear each other, and we can just have a little bit of back and forth commentating the race while you guys race. And of course, a young lady is going to be killing the track when they get in the red zones. But it's going to be a blast. I can't wait. I'm so super excited for it. And I think everybody else too is. As you can see, we already made two new tables from last week. We got a red table and a black table we made. And it's right there behind James McCutcheon there in the blue shirt. He's leaning up against the two new tables. So total right now we have 8 4x8 tables and a couple 2x2 tables right now. But the cool thing about the bleachers is it doubles as a table too. So while a person's sitting there watching the race, underneath him is a section for 3 people to actually work on their stuff too. So that's going to be pretty cool. They're being actually built by one of our racers that races drag racing and 1RC here at Lanes Raceway. So give him a call, and a special shout out to him, Jason Howard, out of Howard Construction. He's actually the one that's going to be making those tables for us, and he's currently working on them right now. They're going to have caster wheels for other races so we can roll them around, and if we have outside races, we can roll them outside. It's going to be excellent. So special thanks to Jason for putting in the hard work for that. And he's been helping us big time here, especially with the 1RC. He told us about live time, and so I can't say enough good things there about Jason Howard here at Lanes Raceway helping us out too. All of our racers, they all mean something very special to Lanes Raceway. As a whole, everybody here kind of works together to make this a great hobby place, and we are very appreciative of that. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead there, 81 laps on green lane. As we see him come around the start-finish line into second corner, we're going to get a red flag rotation. But he's been strong all race day long. Of course, having some issues there at the Flexi Challenge yesterday with a body rip, evidently causing him to take off flying like the Mercedes in the 90s there at the Nuremberg ring. Gabriel Kirtley there, 82 laps. 77 tied, Sean McCutcheon, Guillermo Sire. 76, Randy Kirtley there. They were all 3 tied in the previous heat. Now Randy dropping back a lap there. Good time to thank our sponsors here. We'll go over here to my little view here. Livermore Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green. These are the type of shirt quality you guys can kind of expect out of us here at Lanes Raceway. Designs may vary, and you can check these shirts out. Those are what the guys that were in the 4 Crowns are going to receive, and their name engrammed on the back. It's the only time that we have shirts with their names engrammed on the back there is the 4 Crowns. you know, they deserve it because they're racing all year long, winter, summer, spring, and fall. The Four Crowns, right? They race those all year long. So the Four Crowns is definitely a special race here at Lanes Raceway. It's been a special race for 2 years, uh, and it's our annual race. And we like to blow it a little bit out of proportion. We like to have a good time with it. So it's pretty cool that these guys come together and race with us. A lot of times slot car tracks have a hard time keeping racers during the year, but the competition, no matter if it's outside or indoors, as long as you keep the competition alive, they will come. And we're always working on making that happen more often. 7 seconds before we start our round robin 5 of 8 in our first race series of the 3 this week, DTM. Coming up next will be LMP, and we'll get those cars. We're just going to have one big live stream yet again. We'll jump right into that. I'll check the cars real quick. Special thanks to Sean and James for making the 032 Tech Tools for us. They made those out of brass. We're appreciative of that. We got some for sale here at Lanes Raceway while supplies last, but once they're gone, they're gone. And if you guys were wondering, that is the height rule for this class here on this flat track. Gabriel Kirtley there on blue lane coming around as he's got Sean McCutcheon on his inside. Sean breaking up, checking up early. Gabriel taking off flying. He's got that car humming, folks. Gabriel Kirtley coming to reel in the Frost King, Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley with his new Frost King liveries there. James makes good stuff. Yes, he does. Gabriel Kirtley's car just hooked to the track. Unreal quality here as he comes to make another pass on Sean McCutcheon. I know the guys are wanting to get a clarification on one of the rules um, when it comes to the DTM and LMP class. Is it a locked 11 tooth, or is it, as the rules are stated, the 11 tooth is maximum? Uh, and we need a clarification on that. I think the guys are going to ask Alan later about that. But if Alan gets wind of it, or somebody knows for clarification purposes, we are trying to find that out. Right now, we are allowing it because it does say on the rules it is the maximum. But, rules sometimes mean one thing and they're wrote as one thing. So we need to know that, especially for the 12th. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 101 total laps, 98 for Guillermo right there in second. Sean McCutcheon, 95, and 94 for Randy Kirtley right now. These guys are going to work on their cars, get those things situated. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to try to get a little bit more comfortable in this seat. I've been sitting in this thing since we got here today. We got here a little bit early, had to get all the stuff set up for the banquet, get the money and stuff and everything working out. Richie Austin says 1 second. Uh, and then I had to go next door to Subway and get our cater for the Subway sandwiches and stuff. Gabe, I'm getting a clarification on the 11 tooth pinion. Getting a clarification on 11 tooth pinion. And then the track bucks and stuff, we had to get all that rolled out and get the list set up, microphones and stuff set up for our interviews and everything. So we've been here for quite some time. Because usually on our regular series, we don't open till 3. It's the Four Crowns we started opening at 1. Now, if Gabriel makes a post that he's going to be down here, everybody's more than welcome to come down and hang out then. But, we like to keep it around 3 because we're hoping next week I'll finally get to go back to church. It's been, how long is it? Four Crowns? 12 weeks? 4, 8, 12. That's been 3 months. 3 months that I haven't been able to make it. So I'm definitely missing it. I've talked to my pastor a few times since then, but You know, when you got to be down here at 8 or 9 o'clock, kind of cuts things off. But, that's the season I was in, nonetheless. That season has come and passed, and I got about 4 seasons left before I have to worry about that season again. Minute and 56 seconds rolling into round robin 6 of 8. Gabriel Kirtley, your leader there on Purple Lane. And they finally get Gabriel put back in there. That was a pretty long time there. Gabriel and Sean there side by side, but Gabriel pushing a little bit. Now Sean able to have a little bit of an advantage there towards the middle lanes. And we're seeing not much change between the two, but Gabriel is actually in the last 2 corners making an advancement jump here, as you can see. But Sean pushing a little bit harder there as he has Gabriel to look at for break points. Sean giving it up there the second to last corner. Gabriel hanging on there. That car is hooking very, very tight. And we see Gabriel Kirtley trying to reel in Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire was super strong last week. Gabriel Kirtley's got him about the distance that we've seen with Sean McCutcheon and him a while ago. Now they're in the camel hump together. And we can see Guillermo Sire now reeling in Sean. Sean was a force to be reckoned with last week. Nobody could touch him. Now they're reeling in Sean. Gabriel pops off on the last corner there, giving a lot of leeway there to Guillermo Sire. And he lost about a half a lap there. Gabriel will be able to make that up, but it's going to take several laps for that to take place. 35 seconds left to go in the heat, and Gabriel is now trying to reel in Sean McCutcheon after that little tiny wreck he had. And he's making about, in a lap, about 6 car lengths up on Sean. Sean giving it up there on the straight stretch, allowing him to go by. And Gabriel's car does a 360 right there, losing him about a half a lap yet again to Sean McCutcheon. So he's going to have to reel him back in. Now Guillermo's about to get a lap on Gabriel Kirtley as we see Randy Kirtley sneaking up on Gabriel on the blue lane. Right behind him is Guillermo Sire. So Gabriel pretty much lost right at a full lap on Guillermo. Guillermo's his closest competition currently right now. Gabriel Kirtley with 120 total laps, 118 for Guillermo, 115 Sean McCutcheon, 114 Randy Kirtley. Still pretty close racing. I'll watch these guys work. Special thanks to our sponsors yet again, Livermore Subway and Defense 7 Technical Group. All right, so clarification here, Richie. It's okay to run smaller? Okay. Clarification on the rules. Guys, if y'all are listening, Richie Austin said that Alan says the rules should say 11 tooth maximum, so you can run smaller. Okay? So we are clarified good there. A lot of the guys thought it was locked down to 11 tooth. And as you guys know, this does change a lot of things. So that's good. We do have a couple guys here running smaller because I allowed it last week. Now, this week, what am I doing here? I've already showed you guys. Sorry about that. Nonetheless, my head's a basket full of ideas here right now. Anywho, that's good to have that kind of clarification. I appreciate that, Richie Austin, for you doing the legwork there for us. Make it a little bit more sound. My ear's starting to get a little itchy. Need to let a little air breathe in there. Been wearing this headset since this morning. 10 seconds. We're going to be green racing. This is round robin 7 of 8. Gabriel Kirtley has been hanging on to the lead this whole time. Had a little bit of a rough roll that last heat. But, he's still been hanging on there. T's going to come over here and sit down. It's my wife. This is Lane's Raceway, basically. At least 90%, wouldn't you say? 90% probably?
No.
How much?
Me 10.
Me 80? Yeah. But it's still 90%.
I guess.
No, I'd say it's 50-50 between me and you. She's always running the register, and she's got all the stuff put in the system. And she has to take care of people the whole time she's here. Me, I run races
I do
and I
drag
put out
racing.
fires, don't it? Yeah, you do too. She see, like I said, she's more than what she says she is.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, she runs the drag races here for us. But it's definitely, it takes us both. We actually need about one more person here all the time, don't we?
We do.
You know, because we are trying to do different things here, like running the live streams and stuff like that. And when that happens, you know, you got to be dedicated to it. Gabriel Kirtley there, still in the lead there on Black Lane. So we see him go through the camel hump here. He's trying to reel in Sean McCutcheon again, the yellow and orange car through the camel hump. And like I said, he's still gaining those lap times. I don't know what kind of motor Gabriel's running in his car this week, but it is a screamer. And it looks like Sean is fending him off. He's a little bit of give and take back and forth. I think Gabriel is slowly catching him. A little bit better on his brakes and rushes. Uh, but nonetheless, the catch is not very drastic. What are the times looking like here? 5.694 for Sean McCutcheon and 5.541 for Gabriel Kirtley. But the medians is where it makes the difference. Gabriel's getting a median of about 2/10 per lap. As we see the purple car, Randy Kirtley, finally get put back on there. Jay Latham having a little issue getting it back on there. So now we see Gabriel fixing to make the pass on Sean on that yellow and orange car of Sean. And we can see those 2/10 actually come to be. And that's a red flag rotation. Gabriel Kirtley going to hang on to that lead, 141 laps. Pretty good heat. Let's bring up the track mate here. Gabriel Kirtley 141, 139 for Guillermo, 134 for Sean McCutcheon, 131 Randy Kirtley. We can see Gabriel Kirtley there on Black Lane, one of the tougher lanes there, turning 21 laps. Guillermo turning 20. Just to show you how tough Gabe has been here recently. But we see Guillermo on purple turning 21, where Gabriel only turned 19. So seeing a little bit of change here. There might be a change, possibly, as we continue on in this race. Now, we only have one more heat left, so if Guillermo's going to make it happen, he's going to have to make it happen this next coming heat. Here's me and T. Wave, T, at the camera. Livermore Subway, our sponsor, 270-278-5999. They're right next door. We got sub sandwiches here if you guys want to come in and get you one for some left over from the banquet. Defense 7 Technical Group, our other sponsor. We appreciate both of them for adding $1,000 for the 4 crowns. We just had that banquet today. I think it went well, don't you? He's got several pictures he's going to be posting up on Facebook later on. And you can see the shirts that the guys are going to get. They'll be here Monday, the 11th. So if the guys want to come in Monday, I can come on in and give them their shirt. But most likely we'll see them Thursday. That's usually what we see. 39 seconds before we go back green racing. And guys been pretty good about getting their cars hooked up and ready to go here. This will end our DTM immediately after. I'm going to check cars for the, if you want to go ahead and take the plate, I'm going to check cars for LMP right after this. We'll get the names put in, start that qualifying session just shortly after this race. 13 seconds left to go. We see Randy Kirtley coming around there. Gabriel Kirtley stoic in manner as he's taking this win, and he's loving it. With his new controller, he's also running a Karlstein. So we got 4 guys running Karlsteins here, and 3 of them are in the A main, if that lets you know anything. My dog over there barking. Cheese. He's letting everybody know. Cheese going to get him a shirt. I have him a shirt here representing for Lanes Raceway, and it'll be his first shirt. They said we had to bury our cat this week. Last night, I got home about 11:40 or so. We ended up burying him last night around a little bit after midnight, and he was a good kitty, probably the best kitty I ever met. And no, his name was Chewy. We named him after Chewbacca, and he got along very well with my dog Reuben that passed a couple years ago. But he'd been sick for a while, couldn't use his back legs, but he always kept a good spirit. Every time I'd pray, he would always get in my lap and purr. So, you know, he was a spiritual cat too. I think he loved Jesus. So we prayed that Lord take him home yesterday, and sure enough, he got took home. But he was suffering pretty good. Ooh, hard hits there. Two cars getting involved in that hit. That was killer for Gabriel, as we see Guillermo Sire now taking the lead there. 47 seconds. And what are we looking at difference-wise? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seconds difference. So Gabriel's going to have to headhunt for sure, or Guillermo's going to have to wreck. And Guillermo's now crossing the line there with 30 seconds left to go. Gabriel not going to be pleased with this. He is catching him though, but is it going to be enough? That is the question. About a half a lap different here with 13 seconds. He is begging that Guillermo has a fall apart here. Randy coming off there. Gabriel making the pass. And he's not going to be able to do it. Woo. Rough finish there for Gabriel Kirtley. Holding that win the whole time, giving it up right at the end. Guillermo Sires going to sneak in there at 160. Gabriel Kirtley 160. 153, Sean 150. Randy Kirtley. Gabe, can I get a word? Let me turn this mic on. Gabe, pop a seat over here. I know, pop a seat. Gabe, you was holding that race, I mean literally all race long. I could only imagine how you feel after that wreck of having trouble getting the car put into the situation. You were up 3-4 laps before the last heat, and that one wreck, man, it costed you. Guillermo snuck past you. You reeled him in to a quarter of a lap.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, man?
It is what it is. Can't do anything about it. Turn horses are what they are. You know, everybody has to deal with it.
Yeah, it is brutal sometimes. Guillermo, sit down here. You talk to me. I know you're feeling good.
Well, yeah, I was hoping for something like that, but it was really bad luck for Gabriel.
So was you hoping for that to happen all race long? Because you knew he was up about.
Him to crash, really.
Yeah.
I was pushing and getting a little closer to him, but
Well, he did crash. And that crash, there was a little bit of a stutter getting it back into the slot, and then it didn't get in the slot, and it cost him 2 laps. And then you snuck right past him. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, you raced hard and you didn't give up, and like I said, keeping it on, it pays off, don't it? Well, congratulations, Guillermo, sneaking her in there. Gabe, Richie said, nice job, man. Richie knows, I'm sure, that the hardships of coming off sometimes just is heartbreaking, to say the least. Glenn, you got all the times, or are you still writing? You got it? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the qualifying up. So right now, guys, what I'm doing is resetting all this out, changing the format back to qualifying as we're jumping into LMP now. So this will be qualified time. There's a few things I got to change here, and that's going to be 1 minute for the qualifying. Select the racers. So we're going to clear all these guys out, and then we got to add the other racers from the first heat. So let me go to my phone on that. It just makes it easier. And it's going to be James, Glenn, Nathaniel, Gunner, and Jay. All right. Then we'll place this randomly. Sean, you'll be up first to qualify. And let me, if you guys don't have your LMPs up there, please get them up there. I got to check them for tech. Well, I mean, we are running a little late. Are y'all guys going to be good with how the races roll tonight? The more we give y'all practice time, the later it's going to be later. I need everybody's for tech. No, y'all didn't take them off the track, did you? All right, good. All right, track's on. All right, folks. Under normal circumstances, this race would be done a whole lot earlier in the morning, as you guys know. Uh, but we run it in the afternoon here. So after the banquet, that's kind of pushed our times back by about an hour and 10 minutes. So they're going to get 5 minutes time. But I was hoping we would just kind of roll through. Nonetheless, I'm going to check these cars. I got to get the thing anyway. Once they get checked, they are not allowed to touch them, and we'll put them on the track. All right, here we go. This car's passing. I don't even know whose cars these are, but they're passing. All right, good. That one's passing. All right, guys, I need cars. What time is it right now? Let's see if we're making good time. So it's almost 6. It'll be 10 o'clock before we're out of here. Once you know your car is running, let's get them over here. Next week, we'll have a little bit more time. I got a little bit gabby at the banquet. Yeah. You need you one of these. $5. You borrowed? Can't believe you. Now I got to sell it for used price. All right, guys, let's get those cars over here. LMP. Thank you, Glenn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 cars. 3 cars. 2 cars. 2 cars. I'm starting to get a little chilly. Well, I don't make the rules in this series. So let them have it. Racers. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more. Guillermo Sire makes 9. Guillermo Sire, is this a 4 thickness body? I'm just playing with you, Guillermo. I like giving you a hard time. Everybody's passing. Y'all make sure you get your stickers. All right, guys, I'm going to get these cars lined up here on the start finish here. Then they'll pick them as they come up for qualifying. Everybody else will be track marshaling. All right. Jay Latham got him a nice little buff job down there. It was pretty cool. Jay always surprises me with his car builds. Like I said, he is repping that blue and black scheme that I told you guys I really love. We see these last two cars here. That's Randy Kirtley's three-stripe Frost King and Gabriel Kirtley's Livermore Lightning scheme without the lightning bolt this time. Kept it more basic. He said, I just need it basic. It's probably not going to make it past the weekend. Glenn Burden with his purple, white, and orange livery. We're going to be playing on this a little bit. These are our pro racers here at Lanes Raceway. So whenever we come up with the kids' racer pass, if the kids do really, really well and they do their laps and stuff and they get so far in the racer pass, I might be able to show you a picture of this. They might get a color scheme, and those color schemes are going to be based off of our pro racers. All right, what we got here? Richie Austin in the king of that. All right, guys, I got to get this over here, board out. Now I got to go back and change this over to qualify. Qualify timed. Okay, got to make sure the options are swapped over to 40 seconds. Oh, whoops, not 40. It needs to be 20. Sorry about that. Select racers. Oops. There we go. All right, guys. First up, Sean McCutcheon. We got track marshals. Here we go. And we're right into the LMP action here at Lanes Raceway. And Sean's got another fast ride here. 5.463 so far. Five, 4.25 now, advancing in time. He's very consecutive. 5.366 his best time so far. So a 5.366, they're going to clap for him there. And that's going to put him in first position right now. I guarantee you that's going to be good enough to be in the top A main class. That was quick and it was good. Guillermo checking his car here. Ready, Guillermo? Here we go. Guillermo up next. Another one that runs very aggressively and strong through these straight stretches here. Almost like he's trying to warm them tires up, get his rhythm down. He sends one cell in there, 7.368 so far. Sends another one selling. He's having some brake issues or something, but he's working on it right now. There we go. He's getting that rhythm down now. 5.848. 5.5, very fast. 5.560. 5494. 5397. That's definitely going to get it. So Sean and Guillermo, very, very aggressively fast times. Literally 300ths of a second off. Beautiful, beautiful. Gabriel Kirtley will be up next. He's getting hooked up right now. Ready, Gabe? And here we go. Gabriel Kirtley, man, with a horrible upset defeat there in the last 30 seconds of the last heat. He was winning the race, the whole race long. And then in that last 30 seconds or so, it cost him that first position. 5.746 so far, already aggressively quick. .445, that's probably going to be enough to get him in the A main. .413. Ooh, scorching speed. 5.322. Wowzers. And that's going to be a top time there by 400ths of a second. That's a scorcher. So whatever he's done to that car, he's got that baby humdinging. James McCutcheon up next there in fourth position. James, you ready? Here we go. James McCutcheon up next. James' car sounding really good. It's got a nice clean sound to it. Ooh, very aggressive on the straights. Could be making up a little bit more time going outside of the camel hump. We see him kind of letting off a little bit beforehand. But 6.418 so far. Just by sound alone, I can hear that he has gotten a lot better running these Flexi chassis. 6.418. .423 that last lap. And that's going to be a pull for him as he wouldn't be able to make another lap. So congratulations, James. That's 6.418. Probably going to slot him in the B main there, but still a pretty smooth run. Next up is going to be Glenn Burden in the purple, white, and neon orange ride. Glenn Burden getting hooked up. Glenn, you ready? Glenn Burden firing it out of the door there. This baby's screaming. 6.194. He's going to be in the fives. 5.921. 5.806. .950 there. 5.806. 884 there. Very aggressive. And a 5.806 for Glenn Burden. That's going to probably be our cutoff there, most likely. All right, headset went dead there. Randy Kirtley up next, known as the Frost King. Ready? Ooh, Randy Kirtley smoking out of the hole there. 6.148, similar to what we've seen with Glenn. This lap's going to be real fast. 6.132. 5.80. He could gain a little bit more time coming out of the camel hump here, as you can hear him letting off just after a little bit of burst of speed. 5.730. Wow. 5.55. He's praying on that one. And he dropped it 1/10,000th. One thing you can say about 5.483, Randy Kirtley keeps that car on. He is the Frost King for a reason. 5.472, very, very impressive. So we're going to see him now at the cutoff. See Jay Latham getting hooked up right now. Jay, you ready? Here we go. Jay Latham in the black and blue car here, the Gotham car. His first lap here, 5.883, impressive. He's letting her sing. 5.726. He's getting her down there now. 5.614. 5.499. He's making some cremation. We're fixing to lose this. Sorry about that, folks. 1 second. What a smoke show Jay's showing us here. 5.372. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this class. He's currently the king of Lanes Raceway right now. Nice time. Jay Latham there currently in third position, just literally 100th of a second off of Sean. Jay is shots fired on Gabriel. He's like, I'm coming for you. And we haven't even seen his GTP yet, which is the hardened Gemini from Mid-America. Nathaniel, you ready? While we're doing this here, hopefully he doesn't wreck so I can get these deleted. But not like that, it will happen. Nathaniel there at a 5.598. He's doing exceptional here right now. And that car looks like it's handling quite well, too. A lot more aggressive than what we seen last week. The change of the gear ratio is definitely making a difference in this class. probably gain a little bit of time going into the camel hump. Now, red flag 5.598. All these guys are literally just a few or hundredths of a second off of each other when it comes to the cutoffs. So right now we got Gunner left. Gunner, you ready? Gunner's car real smooth sounding. Ooh, 5.795. Not bad. And that was just his first lap. That wasn't even the one that he's going to be the quickest at. 5.587. If he could just keep that thing on, he would be up there with the upper performers. He's going to have to run at least 2 consecutive to be able to get the A main. And he keeps dumping it. 5.499. Gunner's going to be Kid of the Year coming this next year. What you're seeing there, folks, is not a full let off, and we're seeing some coast through. But anyways, a 5.499, definitely respectful there. But we're going to see Randy actually on the cutoff, and he'll be able to choose whether or not he wants the A main or the B main. So what I'm going to do is take a picture here. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so Randy's going to choose to go to the A. I did hear that. Robin timed heats. Got to get this all back to 2 minutes. Select racers. So we're going to clear everything out here. Gunner, where do you want to go? Nathaniel, where do you want to go? Black. Glenn, where do you want to go? James, where do you want to go? White. Uh, I don't know. Uh, but he said nice job. Richie, if you're still watching, Gabe said that was the car that Merriam built. All right. Let's see here. Looks good. Race format. Options. 120. Okay. All right, guys, we're ready for the race. We get some track marshals. So it looks like Sean McCutcheon on white, Nathaniel Burden on orange, Glenn on yellow, and Gunner on black. Oh, I did put Sean. Sorry. Hang on. That's a good call, Glenn. I'm glad you caught that. Problem solved. James Merriam, I was wondering how that car was going to work for him. Gabe James got on here. He said he was wondering how that car was going to work on you. James? Yeah. He said it done good, James. He said, how much to build him 4 more, James? I think they're trying to find a spot to make a box or with some tape here. You see them there by the camel hump. They're doing that so that nobody steps past that to block Black's line of eyesight to the third corner. So once they get that down, when you guys come down, just know that this blue tape that he's putting down here is for that purpose. Hey, Gabe. James says, ooh, big money. It brings up a story when Gabriel first met Guillermo over at Darmstadt. He was trying to beat Guillermo. He couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand why Guillermo was beating him on the oval. So he gets online and he's buying all these blueprinted motors. I think he got one off from Hirschman or something like that. I don't know. He spent a buku amount of money trying to beat Guillermo. And it was just back and forth between him and my cousin every single week. Man, we can't beat Guillermo. He's unreal. Then after that, Guillermo started coming and hang out with us in the basement. Then they finally got to beat Guillermo, and it was all right then. All right, we good? Racers, y'all ready? Track marshals. Track marshals. Here we go. And here we go. Track marshals are out. We're ready to roll. And we're already in 3 wide on the first lap. Black Lane going to take the lead here. Gunner. Looks like we got 2 cars involved in the incident. Glenn catching a little bit of that action there. On the inside, Gunner still hanging on to the leads. We see a car coming off the inside line here. Brian is trying his best to get Glenn back on there. A little spark from the track making that not happen. We see Gunner Bender out in the lead, pushing hard there on Black Lane. Careful getting the car of Nathaniel put back on. Hard hit in the middles there. That's going to be Gunner and Nathaniel getting involved in that. 3 wide as we go down the front stretch. Gunner Bender hanging on to that lead on Black. And we can see James McCutcheon coming off on turn 2 there. Gunner Bender crossing the start-finish line. He is now on the camel hump. He's holding it down, and he is very aggressive on Black Lane as he goes to try to reel in Glenn Burden next, coming around the start-finish line here. Glenn Burden coming off in turn 3, and Gunner's making it through as we see Nathaniel come off in turn 2, getting slotted back on by Sean McCutcheon. And it looks like James McCutcheon and Nathaniel both coming off. Randy Kirtley also helping Glenn Burden put back on the track there behind Gabriel Kirtley. We see James McCutcheon coming off in 2 again. James having some trouble on turn 2. Gunner Bender doing what Gunner Bender do. Keep that car on as he waits up for Nathaniel Burden there instead of causing an incident. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. And we see Gunner Bender running nigh perfect Black Lane here with a 5.498 best lap. And that is a red flag rotation. We'll take a quick look over here. We can see Gunner Bender holding it down, 19 laps. He's got 2 laps up on Glenn Burden. Glenn Burden got involved in 2 wrecks. One of them wasn't his fault. The other one, he kind of came out there towards the end of the track. Nathaniel Burden wrecking twice in turn 2 and once in turn 3. James McCutcheon having a lot of trouble in turn 2 there with 14 laps. But 19, 17, 16, and 14 are your totals. Going to take a quick look over here. Check out our sponsors here. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. They actually catered our banquet today, so we're appreciative of that. And it was a success. I went through 2 banquet catering boxes from Subway, and I think I only got like 1 sandwich left, so the guys did eat up. Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green areas for all your IT needs. Our second sponsor for the Four Crowns and for the rest of the year. We will hold those sponsorships. They help the guys out $1,000. That's why they got those big payouts. We're talking a total of $4,000 payout for a matter of 3.5 months that they had to race once a weekend. So pretty good for 12 races, really. Nonetheless, thankful for these guys to come and race, and what a banquet it was. Guys got to sit down and do a lot of talking about what's going on in their lives and racing and everything else. Just goes to show you how much we appreciate our racers here at Lanes Raceway. Like I said, I can't wait to get the kids racer series going on, where we're going to print out a little page. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me 1 sec. I might be able to find it and show you a picture of it real quick of what it looks like. And basically what this is for the kids, they come in every day. It's going to be a little bit different. And they will be able to try their best to finish it within a given season. All right, let me see if I can load this up. So this is what it's going to look like. And at the end, if they finish the season, make this a little bit bigger. We'll get back to the racing here in just a second. Well, they start here at the start line, and when they finish a color, they'll get like a body, or they'll get a set of tires, or they'll get some glue, or whatever they need to continue on. If they finish it all the way out, they should have enough to build a car. And they can also hang that up in their room and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. And it's for the kids. We're going to run that for about a series. And what I had planned on doing is with some of our racers here, you know, they have their own little color scheme. Like Randy's is the Frost King. Everything's Frost related. Glenn's is Monster related, so everything's Monster related, whether it's, you know, the Joker or it's Bigfoot or whatever. Gabriel's is Livermore Lightning. It's always blue and neon yellow. And Jay's is Rum Runner. It's always something to do with orange, you know. But like I said, when they make it through certain stages, we'll paint them up a body for that, so the kids got something to look up to and try to progress to be going towards the Pro Series, you know. And maybe one of these days it'll be their color scheme that is for the kids to learn off of. Gunnar Vender right now, a very promising kid right now crossing the start-finish line as he comes off, actually. But he's been very aggressive here in the B main, and he is our Kid of the Year. That just got announced during the banquet. So for the whole next year, if he needs some help with cars or something like that, we're here for him. He won't, of course, get charged for that work time, and we'll be able to work on that car for him and get it fixed to the best of our abilities. But like I said, Brian, a very good car builder right now. So he probably won't need a whole lot of help. He's got his daddy to help him. But nonetheless, we're here for the kids, trying to make it as good as we possibly can. And it looks like Nathaniel's car there having some issues with the guide flag on his car as we get a red flag rotation, heat, round robin, 2 of 2 down in the history books. We're going to take a look here. Gunnar Vender holding the lead, 38 laps, 33 for Glenn Burton, 32 for Nathaniel, and 29 for James McCutcheon. Guys, I'm going to hang the headset up here for just a second. I'll take a small restroom break, and I'll be right back with you. All right, guys, I'm back. I got to get over here real quick. Like I never left. I'm so thankful the guys didn't wreck in the red zone while I was gone. Nathaniel Havas gonna get some issues, with that guide flag sticking over. Gunner Vendor there on Orange Lane holding it down. Still hanging on that lead. Narrowly missing a wreck there from Glenn Burton. As we see him cross the first, second, and, well, he wrecked there in the second. And it looks like that caused James McCutcheon to come out. I beat him to the track call. So two of them went in the red zone there, and I seen it, so we went ahead and killed the track there. 53 seconds left in round robin 3 of 8. This is our second series of the evening. We got one more series to go, and that will complete our winter series events for today. And James McCutcheon there a little bit slow on green, having some issues. Ooh, two cars involved in the incident, and it looked like maybe a follower there on Nathaniel Burton having that issue again with the guide flag. Definitely something that needs to be looked into, as it's not wanting to straight back up. Might be a little bit too tight, possibly. There on Orange Lane, Gunnar Vendor really putting in the times. 5.545 is his best there on Orange. 5.95 is his median. He's pretty close to about a half of a tenth. Sean doing the best he can as he gets piled up by about 3 different cars. Gunner holding down the lead. 56 total laps. 49 Glenn Burden there in second. 46 for Nathaniel and 43 for James McCutcheon. It's a good time to thank our sponsors. Voice crack there a little bit. Thank our sponsors. Livermore, Kentucky Subway right next door. They catered our meals here today. If you need a sub sandwich, definitely when you're in Lanes Raceway, we allow you to eat all the sub sandwiches a man or woman could want. So go over there and get you a sub sandwich. You come back over here, you won't miss one thing here at Lanes Raceway. Defense 7 Technical Group also. Check those guys out for all of your IT needs out of Owensboro and Bowling Green area. Here's kind of a live look at our drag strip here. We also have those drag races here at Lanes Raceway, and we have started a series called The List, and we do that on Friday nights, and we live stream that too. So if you're interested in doing some drag racing action, we're here for all your slot car needs. I'm drinking a little bit of water here. Did have me a nos earlier, that kind of ran right through me. But I do like grapefruit. I wish they made grapefruit soda readily available. I think that's why I like the Nosses so much. It's that grapefruit flavor. But I like grapefruit. Ooh, speaking of Nos, Brian's hitting the Nos button right now. Look at him, Nos and James over there. Here we go, 5 seconds before we go into round robin, 4 of 8. 4 red lights are going to drop out to a green. And Gunnar Bender there on the white lane. Looks like we only got 3 cars out here for some reason. Nathaniel having issues possibly. As we see Gunnar Bender there coming around. And Gunnar Bender making it look easy as he rolls with his new, car steps out there a little bit and Gunnar just goes ahead and cleans it up. But he makes it look easy there with his new third eye controller. This was actually the Predator 2, the Gorwanski edition, I think is what it's called, that Guillermo had. And he ended up getting that off consignment last week when Guillermo put it on there. We see Glenn Burden coming off there. And we also see James coming off. As they're all three clustered up now. And right there to let you know that Gunner, that's where he's making his time up, is through the back leg of the camel hump. As he passed both those guys, like they were kind of sitting still because they're just letting off a little bit too much, you know. We see Gunner there having some issues. We see James McCutcheon there on blue lane coming off. Having some issues getting that car on the white lane. Gavin saying he's going to get right there for Dad as the cars keep coming off right there in that corner. That's a tight corner for red and white. And that's a red flag rotation. Gunner not too happy with the track marshaling, but he's got really nobody to blame but himself because he is coming off. They're doing the best they can do, folks. Gunner Vender still in the lead, 72 total laps, 65 Glenn Burden, 59 James McCutcheon, and 46 Nathaniel Burden. We'll see if Nathaniel gets back in on this heat. I don't know if he will or not, but he may. Here's a little different view for you. It's over here at our orange track. We see some guys over there and some kiddos running the orange track with the rental cars. Another little view for you. This is more of our oval slash drag strip view. See Randy and Gabriel in the middle of the screen over there contemplating on what do we need to do to make this place better. Head back to the main menu here. We need a little bit of a drink of water. I wish that water was a little colder. Nonetheless, it will do if it's wet. 6:32 right now. So not doing too bad. It's been about 25 minutes since we started the race. I don't know what they're doing right now. I got those knee pads from Harbor Freight. I got those knee pad things from Harbor Freight.
Well, your head and shoulders are still blocking the view into the corner behind. Just taking those, standing, you'd be able to see over them, but you can't.
Yeah.
So they're just going to have to stand back and go in when there's a wreck.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what's going to have to happen. As long as it's made known, I don't think it'll be a big deal.
We'll mark it for them.
Okay. So they're going to agree to stand back and move in so people can see the track. And that's understandable. Just don't come off the track, guys. That's the big key. Don't wreck. So we see James McCutcheon coming off there. And no Nathaniel right now. It looks like he's digging deep on his car. Gunnar Binder coming off there on red lane. And he gasses it hard, folks. And he can't do that too much, or we'll see Glenn Burden catching up with him. Glenn Burden coming off there in the same corner. Six laps different between first and second. But Gunnar Binder, literally about a year ago, first time he ever touched a slot car. So if you're wondering how long it takes to get to a decent level to be able to run with guys, there you go. Takes dedication. I would say it's a little bit different for everybody, but nonetheless, to get to a point to where that you are actually running with them, just takes practice, takes some time, turning laps, getting your car in a decent order. Doesn't have to be perfect, just decent. And run good tires, That's the key. Gunner coming off there in the camel hump. We got a pretty good spread here, about 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. It's separating everybody. So It's not really a whole lot of excitement going on the track other than you can follow your favorite racer right now, but unless some drastic changes take place, uh, it's what you're looking at right here. Now, I think Glenn is making a move here as he's within 6 laps there to Gunner, but it's going to be required of Gunner to have quite a few more wrecks for that to take place. And that's a red flag rotation, just like that. Zoom in here. Gunnar Vender there, 90 total laps, 83 for Glenn Burden, 74 James McCutcheon, Nathaniel Burden, 46, still working on his car. It's been a couple heats. Let's talk about our sponsorships. Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. Some of the cleanest sub sandwiches and the best, freshest vegetables out of a Subway that I've ever ate. They just got them a brand spanking new oven, a brand spanking new proofer, and a brand spanking new bread warmer. So, it is as new of a Subway as it can be right now. And I'll tell you what, it makes a difference. The bread is just super duper good. Defense 7 Technology Group, Owensboro, Bowling Green area for all your IT needs. Just give them a shout. And if you're wondering about quality of the shirts that we use a spread shirt. You can see in the bottom right. That's what the Four Crown shirts look like. Kind of a simple design there. But it shows all of the winners or the Lords of Lanes Raceway there on the left on the rear portion of the shirt, and on the right it shows the king, which is Jay Latham for this year. And you can still see 2025 banquet down there. We just had that right before we started the race. 35 seconds, we'll be back green racing. Go ahead and get my mouse set up over here for track calls. So where the red is on the track, you see the little red, looks like red tape, but that's actually painted on the track. Where those sections are, there's starts right there at the front stretch, goes all the way down the front stretch, over the bridge, under the bridge. Those are your red zone areas. So anytime someone wrecks there, they're gonna yell track, and I'm gonna kill it. So that's basically it. Pretty easy. Track marshals. Making sure we got track marshals. Looks like Randy Kirtley might be using the restroom here. Having some serious issues there in the first corner with James McCutcheon's car. They was able to slot her back in. And Glenn Burton's taking a dive there off the final corner there. See Brian Bender helping him get put back in. And James McCutcheon yet again having some issues there in the first corner. James McCutcheon second to the last corner having some issues. Stalled on the front stretch, checking something. Gunnar Vinger really putting up an impressive showing here. 5.659 best lap, 5.73 median. He's in a different category for sure. Two cars coming off in the corners there. Sean doing an exceptional job getting them both put back on. Randy Kirtley's back. I guess he had to go to Subway. I think they said the toilet's fixing to blow over there. Man, that's bad. Better over there than over here, guys. I always say. We did have our toilet blow a couple months back. Cost me a killing. It flooded the floors and everything else, but they come in 2 days after that and got it fixed and had an issue out of it since. For those wondering, what do our restrooms look like? Well, it's a brand new toilet. But we got wet wipes, lady products for the ladies. We got some air fresheners, good paper towels, Charmin toilet paper. We don't skimp when it comes to toiletries here. I live here basically, so we ain't skimping, folks. All right, let's take a Gandy here. Oh, and we got hot water heater too, so hot water. Everybody, a lot of times, don't have hot water. Gunnar Vender, 109, 102 for Glenn Burden, 86 for James McCutcheon, and 46 for Nathaniel Burden. And it looks like Nathaniel's got his baby working. He's going to get back in on this action. We see him rolling around here. You see Brian Bender there blowing on Gunner's car with some compressed air. Hello, Sean. You want to say something?
What's up, everybody? I'm getting my workout in over there in the S's.
Good.
So I figured over here.
I seen you get those last two cars there in the second corner. You did a good job on that.
Figured I'd come over here and hang out with the cool kids.
Well, there's only one kid here. That's me.
Oh, no, sir. I am a kid, too.
Oh, so you're saying we're cool.
Cool.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
That's what they call a chillin' villain right there.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm not a villain. I might be the Batman to your Joker.
Ever seen Adam West?
Adam West? Yeah, I like Adam West.
Adam West.
That was pretty popular when I was a kid. It was still on TV.
Wham, bam, pow, kapow,
Yeah.
zam. Yeah.
Adam West.
How much time we got left?
Now that Joker was, I can't remember his name, but I know he had a big deal with the mustache. He wouldn't shave it. Yeah, at any time, guys, too, if you're a racer, you just come over here, sit down. Got a microphone set up. Usually they sit down. All I had was this headset, but at the old place we always had a mic too. I just now got all that stuff set up. I just got an extension cord run out over here by the RC track. So Gunner Bender's still holding it down, but he's now increased his lead by 9 laps. Gunner and Glenn there side by side. Glenn letting off there. You see a wreck ahead of him. And it looks like James McCutcheon tried to gas it a little bit there. And Gunner's car was planning too good. He ended up wrecking himself there. Two cars getting involved. That'd be Nathaniel and Glenn Burden. The car coming off there, that is going to be Gunner Venger. And that is another red flag rotation. Gunner Venger going to end it there at 129 laps. One more heat to go. Gunner's been putting up some impressive times here, to say the least. 21 laps is the top I've seen, so he's got one there in 20 on blue lane. Averaging 18.4, pretty good. Glenn Burden there, 120 laps, 9 laps down. And 102, 18 laps down, James McCutcheon. Of course, Nathaniel having to work on his car there. He's just getting back in, seeing if everything's working pretty good. Oh, neat. I'll have to set up a little bit. There we go. Feel better now. .645. Looks like we're going to finish this one right before 7 o'clock. So it'll be about 7:30, 8 o'clock before we're done with this series, and then we got one more. Thank you, T.
Longy, longy.
32. 15 seconds, about to go back green racing. This is the final heat here. So you got to leave it all on the track on this one. Let me get the picture ready for our top four. Ooh, couple cars. Who was in the red? Guys, do not be calling track just because you wrecked over. Huh? Oh, it was in the net? Okay. I didn't know one of them fell in the net. I thought they were just calling track because cars were wrecking. That's on me, guys. Sorry about that. James McCutcheon looks like he's got a tough body, possibly. I don't know what was going on there. It was in the slot. It eventually took off. Strange happenings in the B main. Gunnar Bender couldn't have asked for a better B main. Now, whether or not his laps will stack up in the A main is questionable. Now, we do have 5 racers in the A main this time instead of 4, as Randy has opted to move on in to the A main versus the B. And a hard hit there looks to be Gunnar Bender. Sean quick with the grabbing and putting the cars back on. And Gunnar Bender is going to be just shy of 150 laps at 146. So Gunnar Bender 146, Glenn Burden 135, 116 James McCutcheon, Nathaniel Burden 82. So while they're getting stuff recorded here, wherever my wife's at, let's see here. Special thanks to our sponsors: Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999, Defense 7 Technology Group, out of Owensboro, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Thank you for sponsoring Lanes Raceway's 4 Crowns. Glenn, did you get them all? Hang on, Glenn. I'll fire it back up. I thought I could do both. All right. He got 82. Yeah. White. Gabriel, where you want to go? Sean, where do you want to go? Jay, where do you want to go? Guillermo, where do you want to go? Dad, where do you want to go? Black. And there's our 5 racers, guys. Sean McCutcheon, white. Gabriel Kirtley, orange. Jay Latham, blue. Guillermo Sire, purple. And Randy Kirtley, black. Right now, they're getting their cars ready for the race as they're not allowed to touch them until race start. All stickers must be on the nose of the car. You better ask permission from the king if you can touch that.
Don't tell him. He's got it back
All allegiance to the king at Lanes.
there. Ask him if he'll race for Pinks.
He may race for Pinks, but he can't give up the kingship.
Oh, yeah.
That can only be earned. And as the steward of Lanes Raceway, I have to keep the bylaws.
Alright, guys, coming into the A main here. Always remember, rubbing is racing.
They probably didn't hear that because I don't think that's on. Yeah, it's on. You got to turn it on.
It's on.
You got to flick it up.
Remember, guys, rubbing is racing.
There you go. That was Sean McCutcheon, by the way, everybody.
The struggle nader.
The Struggle Nader.
The struggle nader. The struggle is real. Only got one car.
Track marshals.
Running with Mid-America.
All right, guys, here we go. Everybody ready? I hope you are. Jay Latham out to an early lead. This is his LMP. I'm very excited for the next race for Jay because he is going to be running the hardened Gemini chassis. Gabriel Kirtley there in second position there on orange. He comes in through the first, second, third corner. He's got one on his outside. Guess who it is? It's Jay Latham. So if he can make that pass, he will take over first position. He's trying to make it move, and both of them come into contact here. Nathaniel Birding getting Gabriel back in. Jay having a spark out. It costed Jay a lap. As we see Sean McCutcheon now moving up into second position. Gabriel Kirtley crossing the start-finish line. 1, 2, 3. Now in camel hump as he comes in to reel in 2 other cars here. One car there up high. I'm trying to memorize these cars here. I don't recognize the color scheme. These cars are humming, boy. They are humming. Gabriel coming off the track, though. Blue lane, Jay Latham is going to make that lap pretty close. And just to the high side of Jay Latham. On purple is Guillermo Sire. That's Guillermo Sire in the aqua colored car there. Sean McCutcheon now in the lead as we focus in on Sean. He's coming around the start-finish line now. Makes the pass. 1, 2, 3. Now in the camel hump. He's kind of in no man's land as he trying to reel in the aqua car of Guillermo Sire. Randy Kirtley now in second position there on black lane. Sean McCutcheon just kind of there running his own lane here. 10 seconds left to go in the heat. Sean McCutcheon looking to break 20 laps here this next lap as he crosses the start-finish line. And he's going to end up in the third corner. Speaking of that, let me get that back out here. Oop, wrong one. There we go. All right, Sean McCutcheon, 20 laps, tied with Gabriel Kirtley. 19 laps, tied all the way down from third to last, Randy, Jay, and Guillermo. And then let's take a quick look here, because I forgot I got two scenes here, and I've only got one loaded. So let me get that loaded up. This is one. Let's open up two here in the bottom right. So this will let you see a little bit bigger version of the front side of the track here. Whenever these guys are working, we can always go make it big there. But a very eventful first heat. The A main always fast and furious, to say the very least. Sean McCutcheon keeping his wits about him, holding down that 20 laps there on white. Pretty impressive there on white lane. We'll see if he can hold that resolve and keep it up. It's going to take it all, especially in the GTP coming up next. That's our fastest class in this series. And everybody saves their best everything for that. 33 seconds. We're going back green racing. It's always a nail-biting thing, just waiting on the next heat. I need to get myself set up so I can hit the pause button if they come off in the red portion of the track. Guillermo's working his best. He's got 10 seconds to bring the Guillermo pit boy over here. Four red lights are dropping out. Better rock and roll. Four of these guys rocking Carlstein controllers. One guy rocking a DeFalco. The one guy rocking a DeFalco, Sean McCutcheon. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead. Two cars coming off, black and yellow. That's Guillermo and Randy. James doing his best to get over there and get the car put on. Two cars involved in an incident here. White car of Gabriel Kirtley coming across the start-finish line. So makes a pass on the inside. Guillermo leaving him in the dust. And on to his left side is the Frost King himself, Randy Kirtley, going through the camel hump. Gabriel Kirtley making a move there. Both of them side by side with each other. Randy not giving much, but Gabriel is just overpowering here. So we see a brake check up there by Sean McCutcheon on red, allowing Gabriel to go by. We're seeing black lane stalled out. Guillermo Sire there on black lane. His car just stopped as he's checking things. Gabriel Kirtley still hanging on to that lead. And we get a track call. So it looks like Guillermo smoked his Carlstein. He hooked it up wrong. So now Guillermo's down to, I believe, a third eye controller here. Guillermo there on black lane. Gabriel Kirtley still on white, holding it down as he crosses the start-finish line. Right behind him is Guillermo. Guillermo's coming back in nice and easy. He's holding the distance between Gabriel. Gabriel is a force to be reckoned with this race weekend there on white lane. Now white lane in no man's land here. A good half of the as he comes off on turn two here. And he gets put back on. Now he is in the crunch of things. As we see Guillermo Sire's car come off and Randy Kirtley's car. Both of them get put back on. Gabriel Kirtley still holding on to the lead, but Jay Latham is not making it easy. As Jay Latham is making the push on purple. Right now, tied up, Gabriel and Jay Latham, 39 laps, 38 for Randy and Sean tied up, and Guillermo 30 after having such a harsh time with his controller there, or it would have been a lot closer. Special thanks here to our sponsor, Lamore Subway and Defense 7 Technology Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green. Give them a call for all your IT needs and give Subway a call for your sandwich needs. Looks like we dropped about 600 frames at one point, probably when we fired up this picture down here in the bottom right. So we're going to go ahead and scan that back off. If we need it, we'll come back to it later. 600 drop frames during a race is a lot, so that means we don't have the bandwidth to cover it. So we'll go ahead and cut that back down. So right now it is 7:01. Round robin 3 of 8. We still got one more race to go. And the old headset dying again. Guys, I'm going to make a quick swap here battery wise. It's been a long day. I'm about to swap my batteries in my headset. I'll be right back. All right, looks good. Back in the mix here. Get myself set on the pause. Getting ready for that. Gerber Kirtley now in the red lane, and he's yet again humming along there, folks, as he comes around to the last corner here. Going through the start finish, first, second, third, all the way on black is Jay Latham. His rivals are side by side here. Jay is not letting him catch him, and he's keeping them within a certain relative number here of about a tenth of a second median. Now some catch-ups here. In between them is the Frost King himself, Randy Kirtley, as they go through the camel hump side by side yet again. Gabriel's gaining about an eighth of a car length every lap, and it looks like he might be able to make the pass on Jay. Jay's not holding off as Jay comes off on black lane on the start-finish line. Very competitive between the two so far. Very, very close. But when push come to shove there, the resolve was tested. Now Gabriel Kirtley coming off alongside Guillermo Sire, giving Jay Latham a little bit of a chance back there. Gabriel Kirtley in no man's land as he crosses the start-finish line. As we wait for our leader to catch up with something or wreck, we're just following him along. He's now in the camel hump. The last lap for start-finish line, first, second, third camel hump. His first car he's going to be reeling in is going to be Sean McCutcheon. And he's not really catching Sean. Sean's actually a little bit quicker, it looks like. And that is the end of the heat. Let's take a look here at Sean and Gabriel in comparison. Sean McCutcheon now just one lap down from Gabriel, actually turning 21 total laps there on green. Gabriel turning 21 on red. It's very impressive numbers there. The one lap difference is from red to white. And we see 20 laps turn there on orange for Gabriel. White lane not too strong for Gabriel, but nonetheless he's holding on to it at 60 laps. 59 for Sean McCutcheon, 58 for Jay Latham, 57 for Randy Kirtley, and 51 Guillermo Sire. All of these guys very impressive running. I said here we'll watch and wait for these guys to work on their cars. till we can get into the next heat. I need to get my mouse over ready on action for the pause button. Excuse me. Halfway through the LMP race here. Like I said, Gabriel Kirtley hanging on to it. Hopefully he doesn't have a mishap like he did in the GTM and give it up there at the last moment. He's going to have to keep this baby under control, to say the least. Here we go, folks. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Gabriel Kirtley running pretty impressively as we see Jay Latham's car coming off. And Glenn doing his best to run and get Jay. He came off in a spot that really hurt him. Jay Latham now 63 laps. Sean McCutcheon in second, 64. 67 for Gabriel Kirtley. Screaming around there as Livermore Lightning on green as he comes up beside what looks to be Frost King. Frost King with a perfectly timed let off there right before the camel hump. Just a little blip, that's all it took. Gabriel Kirtley now pushing out ahead of Randy Kirtley. A little bit of a slip up there coming out of the third to last corner for Gabriel. He was able to keep it under control. Gabriel Kirtley kind of on cruise control. 5.537. His best lap. 5.64 is his median. Guillermo Sire turning a little bit better median there on Orange Lane of 5.55. But when you're talking about a tenth of a second on this big of a lap change, it would take 500 laps right at it, or 50 laps. 50 laps. It would take 50 laps for you to finally catch them. So the best thing to do is just run where you're comfortable at. If you can keep it within a tenth of a second, you'd be pretty good. And that's what we're seeing here. And these guys are starting to realize that as we see Guillermo and Gabriel side by side. Oh, and Guillermo just dumps Gabriel Kirtley right at the red line. No friends in racing. Guillermo currently 71 laps. So Gabriel's 80. So Gabriel's still going to hang on to that lead, now turning 81 laps. Sean McCutcheon right there behind him on blue, and that's going to be a red flag rotation midway through. Oops, come on, mouse. Gabriel Kirtley, 81 laps, 78. Randy Kirtley, 78. Sean McCutcheon, as Randy sneaks his nose in there. 77, Jay Latham, and 73, Guillermo Sire. Guillermo doing his best to make up some of that time. And sometimes it just boils down to dumping the leader. Rubbin's racing. Just like Sean said, Rubbin is racing. 5 seconds. The race is going to start here. Round robin, 5 of 8. Track marshals. Here we go. Gabriel Kirtley still your leader. He comes around about a half a lap difference between him and Guillermo. Sean McCutcheon there on purple lane with some work to do, to say the least. Gabriel Kirtley there 3 laps up. That is a long time, folks. About 15 seconds is what that boils down to. But anything can happen, and 15 seconds ain't too long when you're in wreck. So Gabriel Kirtley coming up behind a car right here, and that was Jay Latham sent him to the wall there in the third corner. Now breaking that down to 2 laps. Gabriel just looking for a way to get past some of these guys, and nobody letting him past, because they know how detrimental it is and how fast Gabriel's car is. Best thing Gabriel can do right now is just when he gets behind a faster car is just check up, let it roll. Because until somebody gets within 1 lap of him, he's not sweating. And right now he is performing quite well there on blue lane. Like I said, he is 3 laps up on Sean McCutcheon. His best lap of 5.307, and he's 0.3 faster than Sean McCutcheon currently. We may actually see Jay Latham make a pass to Sean before we see Gabriel lose out to Sean here currently. Gabriel Kirtley coming around to the last corner here as he's reeling in Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon wrecking in the second corner. And we see another wreck of Jay Latham coming off there. And that was perfect for Gabriel to gain another lap on these guys. So we saw McCutcheon coming off there in the red zone. He'll get slotted back on. And Gabriel's already back up on him again as he makes the pass on Sean McCutcheon. On the outside of that is Randy Kirtley, the Frost King, there on red lane. As he goes side by side with Gabriel Kirtley. Randy Kirtley coming off out of the second into the third corner. And Little Gunner making some quick moves to get a car. So a very good heat for Gabriel Kirtley there, as he was able to capitalize on quite a bit of laps there. So Gabriel Kirtley had 102 total laps in first position. Jay Latham 98, tied up with Sean McCutcheon. So Jay was actually able to make that transition in front of Sean. Just simply because he was kind of going back on his laurels there, just holding that track time, and Jay was pushing. Randy Kirtley there, 97. He's 1 lap different between these guys, so it's really a battle for second here, folks. Guillermo Sire, 93. Gabriel Kirtley's really going to have to do some harsh wrecking for anybody to catch him, but we seen it a while ago. He had a horrible 2-lap mess up by wrecking on the second corner. And it took about 15 seconds for him to get put back on. And Guillermo snuck in there in the last heat. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, our sponsor, not only for the 4 Crowns, but for the 2025 year. Defense 7 Technology Group, also sponsor for the 4 Crowns and for the 2025 year. So if you need any IT information or anything like that, definitely give them a call or contact Gabriel Kirtley. He's the owner, operator of all that jazz. And Livermore, Kentucky Subway. Contact Randy Kirtley. He's the owner of that. So, for all your slot car needs, contact Lane's Raceway. I'm the owner of that, and I'll hook you up. I got a good hookup, believe it or not. 30 seconds before we go back green racing. I better get my mouse over here to where it need be, and it's there. Might have to put the old jacket on here in a minute. It's starting to get a little chilly outside. A little chilly in here even. 4 red lights are dropping out to a green, yet some of the same action. Gabriel Kirtley leading the way yet again here in the LMP class and holding it down, to say the very least. Gabriel Kirtley currently on purple lane as he comes around the start-finish line. Now in the camel hump. He's looking to reel in Guillermo Sire there on red lane. side by side with Jay Latham. Both these guys got really aggressive cars here. Jay not pushing as hard into the camel hump, but making a hard push coming out of the second to the last corner, catching back up. And these would be the differences of those two. Gary Kirtley actually making just a little bit more progress than Jay. Jay at 5.671, about 0.06 of a second slower than Gary Kirtley. Gary Kirtley now somewhat in no man's land as he goes to try to reel in Sean McCutcheon on black lane. Going across the start finish line now. 1, 2, 3, now camel hump. That is your leader. It's approximately 3 laps ahead, or approximately 15 seconds total time ahead, with 33 seconds left to go on the clock. So we can see everybody now catching a little bit of their rhythm. Gabriel not able to catch Sean, but Sean coming off in the third corner and making that possible. Gabriel Kirtley flawless when it comes to his run so far here. And a nice smooth transition here to see how impressive Purple Lane will be for him. 8 seconds left to go. And Gabriel Kirtley able to get one more lap up on second position, now increasing his tee time to 20 seconds instead of 15. Let's take a gander here. 1:23 for Gabriel Kirtley. Purple Lane, he only got to turn 21 laps. Like I said, almost a pure flawless run there. Sean McCutcheon, 1:19 there in second. 1:18 for Jay Latham. 1:17 Randy Kirtley. 1:13 Guillermo Sire. It's been a battle for Sean and Jay, that second position. It's like every other heat, they're rotating back and forth between each other. Be popping off up into that round robin 7 of 8 coming up next. Gabriel has got to be a kid in glee here as he is happy as a pig in slop currently with such a cushion on first position. And 20 seconds is a lifetime on this track. Randy Kirtley repping there the fall series from 2024 Lanes Raceway shirt there. Glenn Burden took that home. The 72 pitch series he decided to bring forth into the Four Crowns. Seconds. I better get my mouse back over here on the pause section for any kind of track calls. And here we go, folks. Gabriel Kirtley, like I said, holding on to that lead as he comes around the start-finish line here. Now in the camel hump, he's kind of in somewhat no man's land. Next car to catch would be Randy Kirtley. As we see a car coming off, that is Jay Latham there in the second corner. Gabriel Kirtley still there in no man's land. A car coming up behind him though, but it's Jay Latham where he got slotted back on, losing a little bit of time. Gabriel Kirtley running an impressive black lane even, to say the least. Pinball tournament going live here at Lanes Raceway for the month of March. Get in and get your token slotted in and see if you got the skill to pay the bill over here. If you do, there is prizes for that. Gabriel Kirtley actually coming off. We hadn't seen that in a while. We also seen Guillermo Sire coming off there. 3 laps difference. all kinds of stuff happening here right now. Guillermo Sire's having a horrible time there getting his car on green. Sean McCutcheon's car coming off on the front stretch. Got the track call there. Kevin Kirtley, 20 seconds total time, still in the lead here. Kevin Kirtley coming off again, struggling there a little bit. Now cutting his tee time by 5 seconds. He's now 15 seconds in the lead. And that is round robin rotation. So Gabriel not doing too good on Black Lane with 19 laps. We actually had Sean do 21 here. And Gabriel actually losing another lap there to Sean McCutcheon there. So got her down to 3 now. So 15 total tee time difference as Gabriel Kirtley comes to his last round robin heat. Let's see if he can hang on to it. So hopefully the same thing don't happen as what happened before. A little choke action sends him to second position. Gabriel Kirtley 142, 139 Sean McCutcheon, 138 Randy Kirtley, 136 Jay Latham, 134 Guillermo Sire. This is a very, very tight A main. I'm going to hold the mouse over there by the pause menu. Try to get a little bit more comfortable. In the meantime, I'm going to put a jacket on. I'm cold. 70 degrees in here. I shouldn't be cold. Hopefully I'm not getting sick again. That would be horrible. Just got over it. Kind of. Still got it in my chest, though. Alright. That should help. Should help to keep me warm. Alright, there we go. Right after this, we're going to immediately jump into the GTP because there's some people that have long travels to make, or we could make a vote to postpone. Guys, it's about 7:30. Do you guys want to try to run the GTP or postpone it to the end? We'll talk about it after this heat. Because the banquet did run just a hair bit long, guys. And I'm sorry about that. And time being what it is, I don't know if we'd be able to finish in time before shutting the track down. But we'll make a vote on it. You'll be able to hear it. And then we'll go from there. Some people have a long trip home. I know Sean and James have an hour and something. And Guillermo is a little over an hour and a half, 2 hours. So pretty good haul. I hate for them to leave out of here at 9:30, 10 o'clock. Gabriel Kirtley coming off. He can't do that too much. Minute 25 seconds left. And we get a track call. That was Randy Kirtley coming off on the front stretch. Gabriel Kirtley currently on yellow crossing the start-finish lines. He's reeling in Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon right there in front of him. He just keeps him in sight. He should bring this home no problem as Sean is his second position. So he doesn't even have to pass this guy, but it looks like he's going to make a move anyway. He does not care. This is the competition of Gabriel Kirtley, to say the very least. He is putting people in their place, and that's what he loves to do. Like I said, when we had the interview with him, he doesn't like beating people that he knows he can beat. He likes beating people that think they're better than him. It's just how he's always been. James Merriam says, I want records in every lane, Gabriel. I'm going to have to tell him that. James, you know my brother pretty well. You know how that stuff gets to him. That's pretty funny. And of course, Gabriel is definitely made over 150 laps. We've seen that Gunner was very close to turning 150. He's at 146, and now here Gabriel is turning 160. It goes to show you the difference between the A main and the B main, and Gunner's pretty good to be a kid that hasn't been racing slot cars but for less than a year. All right, congratulations, Gabriel. This just in, Gabe. James Merriam says, I want records in every lane. James Merriman was telling Gabriel he wants records in every lane. Gabe, come talk to me real quick. We'll get Gabe over here, James. Have a seat. A little bit different result this race. You got to be more pleased. Have you a little squat here. James even commenting over here. He wants records every lane, Gabriel Kirtley. What do you got to say about that?
It was good. I didn't wreck as much this time around.
Well, we didn't know if he was going to choke. Let's look here real quick, because you and Sean were pretty close on the lower lanes here. We didn't know if he was going to choke there on that black lane at that 19 showing.
Well, Guillermo and me wrecked at the same time down there, and my car sat there for a while on that one, so I shouldn't have wrecked.
And then we seen you just right there towards the end. You had it in the bag 3 laps. All you really had to do was just stay behind Sean, but you just couldn't let that happen, could you? You just had to push for it.
No, James Merriman's built me a fast car, and it was just too fast to stay behind Sean.
Well, he's done said old big money here. You was talking about having him bid you 4 more. He said old big money.
They are really good cars.
Well, that's what I hear. That's what everybody's been saying.
Yeah, he said.
James Merriam, you need to build some of them cars for Lanes Raceway. Well, congratulations, Gabe.
Thank you, James.
All right, guys, let me move this back up. We're going to be jumping. Guys, next up, we're going to be jumping right into GTP unless you guys want to postpone it till next week. I think we got plenty of time. We can do it. It's 7:30 right now. Run it? All right, here we go. Y'all get your cars up there at the front. All right, Glenn's good, so that lets me exit this out. We're going to get this rolling really quick right into the GTP. This is the one I'm most excited for, as Jay Latham has the hardened Mid-America chassis. I'm really excited to see what it can do with all the buzz around it. We are going to find out here very shortly. Gunner over here sitting with us, checking things out. Gunner, if you want to say anything, you turn the mic on. We'll go ahead and clear this out. We've got to get the other guys into this. Let's see here. Okay, so the next picture, oops, and that is going to be James, Glenn, Nathaniel, Gunner, and Randy went on to the other one, so let's move these forward. Let's place random. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hit OK. Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, that's like an old Lola. Okay. Now, what else are we doing here? Okay, I got to do this. Hang on one sec, babe. I'm setting all this stuff up real quick. Let me get this set and we'll be ready to go. Okay. All right. Let's move. I gotta check cars. All right, guys, we're gonna check cars real quick, and we'll be right back with you.
Think this body will fit on this chassis.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, that's the only one I found that's small enough to fit on this little chassis.
Yeah, see, it's a 4-inch. That's a 4-inch chassis. All right, guys, bring your GTPs ups to me's. All right, gonna do some teching here. Trying to slam these dudes out as quick as possible. All right, Randy's good. We're going to have to leave that one on its nose. That's one of them 5,000 bodies. Next up, we got Nathaniel Burden here. He's good. We can put him upside down. And next up after that is Glenn Burden in the purple, white, and orange. He's good. Jay Latham fixing to bring that flamer up here. What we got here, Jay? Where'd you get this body at? I had this body? That's pretty cool. That must be new.
What is it?
Oh, the race pace?
That looks good.
Yeah. That's some hot looking flames, ain't it, Guillermo?
Mm-hmm.
Race pace warrior.
Trying to see how is the height compared.
It should be the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah. All right, Jay Latham's going to pass. And, man, I get a first look at this hardened chassis. And, Jay, you done a good job, man. I can't wait to see this thing out there. I've been talking about it all day. All right, we got James McCutcheon's car here. Looks like a yellow jacket from Livermore. Looking good, James. Is that a brand new body and it's already ripped?
Well, I have raced it.
Oh, yeah, you did race it yesterday, didn't you? At 5,000, it's don't take many hits there.
Don't.
Not gonna bother him. Put a different
I
gun
mean,
flag on.
I even put body armor up in there to keep that from collapsing down.
Yeah. It's close, isn't it?
Tucked it right up in that crease. See, that's where it's tore right there. Is where it tore on one side of that body armor.
You better put that thing on its chassis and not that body, because that body, it may have one wreck left in it.
I didn't have many wrecks with this one.
GTPs, guys.
That LMP car, it led a rough life. This the GTP.
All right, let's see this GTPist. It is good. You may put that on the lid. It feels like a 5,000s too. So you may put it on the chassis. Okay. Guillermo Sire's got his ride over here. Looks to be a Viking body or something. No, that ain't a Viking, is it? That's a Revolution. Revolution. It's good.
Is that a Mid-America body?
No, that is a Ralph Thorne Revolution. Revolution. I'm having a hard time saying that. All right. Got Gunner here.
I know I can
He's
run
good.
wings.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What kind of body is that, Guillermo?
It's an oversized,
Outside?
yeah, something.
Oh, I thought it was a Ralph Thorne Revolution or whatever.
I like the Ralph Thorne in the front, but the backup's not like that. It's got the extra high.
Oh, I didn't see that rib.
I mean, look how it braces that up. I like it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea.
In a second.
Leave it to Guillermo to find the best body.
He was on the list. He's on the list of the. He's the one that Merriman was running up, so I got it.
Never Kirtley getting the body put on his. And then we'll be ready to roll. Jay's going to be up first, followed by Glenn in qualifying.
Corrector. Oh, there. Look, why the hell I cannot find it?
Now, yours is a Viking, ain't it, Dad?
Yeah. So the one I liked was like this other one, but you didn't have it.
Now, is that the Revention?
This is a Ralph Thorne
Revention, ain't it?
Revolution.
Revolution, that's it, Revolution.
See, it don't have that wing in the middle. It would be nice if this one had the wing because it stiffens this back up like this.
Yeah, keeps it from getting tucked. Well, what's that one there? That's about the same, ain't it? With the rib in the back.
It's like the LMP cars in the front, but then it's just got more wings in the back. But it's weak right here. It wants to rip along the line.
Oh, that's the one that Gerber took off flying with.
Yeah, that's what he's got.
Here we go. Let's check and see if Gerber's going to pass Tech. He is. You are quite high.
Okay, there it is.
What is it called?
It's the OS363.
Oh, the Bentley OS.
No, based on the
Yeah.
legendary Bentley, but it's not the Bentley. It's similar, but it's not the same.
Oh. All right, guys. Everybody's past Tech. We're moving on in to qualifying. Let me get over here. Gabe's lining them up. Like I said, Jay Latham will be up first. The main event. All right. All right, guys, we get track marshals. Jay, you're up. And we get to see Jay right out of the gate with the new hardened Gemini chassis from Mid-America. Remember, guys, if you build one of these Mid-America cars for the Flexi Challenge race April the 12th and you win, you will be getting some special prizes from Mid-America. I got to actually call Roger this week about that. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. Track marshals in place. Here we go. Jay Latham. It's pretty fast. It is making some racket, though. Wow. 5.853 so far. 5609. 5498. That is quick. Losing some frames there. 5359. Wow. What a car. And a 5359 by Jay. That's pretty impressive. I'd say I haven't seen one faster because I have. But that's still, if he can run that in the race, that is impressive. Next up's going to be Glenn Burden. You ready, Glenn? Here we go. Ooh, hard hit there for Glenn in turn two. Very fast on the straight stretch. Something's happening. 5955 for Glenn. I think he's going to retire the car there. Next up will be Gabriel Kirtley. Ready? Let's see what he can do. This is the car that he flipped yesterday at Tennessee. Not as fast down the straight stretches, Glenn, but he is quick through the corners at a 5.798. He's definitely not geared right for this track. I don't think that's going to hold a candle to Guillermo and Sean for sure, as they were running fives. Almost looks like his tires are not hooking up. And that is a red flag rotation. Next up is Sean McCutcheon. Now, he was a screamer in this class last week. Sean, you ready? Here we go, folks. Nobody could touch him last week in this class, so let's see how fast his car is. He's looking a lot similar to Jay's here, speed-wise. We see a 5.161 scorcher right there off the gate. Him and Guillermo both were quick in this class last week. And he's doing all that with a 204 DeFalco. 5.149. Very impressive, Sean. Next up is going to be James as soon as the screen pops off. And James McCutcheon up now. Sean's dad. Both cars built by Sean this time. Ten on the nose. 6.750. And a red flag rotation. James with a 6.422. Next up will be Guillermo Sire. He was very quick last week, too. I don't know if he got his controller back working or what. It looks like he's got it in his hand, so maybe it reset. But it blew up on him a while ago. You ready? And Guillermo quick, too. You can just hear it in the trigger action there. He's going to be down in the low fives. 5199 right out of the gate. Him and Sean smoking the OGT. Oh, 4.964. Not to be trifled. He's got a screamer, folks. 4.838. I think he's going to pull it. Wow. Guillermo is loving this series. Next up is going to be Gunnar Vender. Gunnar looking good here. He's got a quick one, too. 5.908 off the first pull. His body could have a little bit more downforce on it. It'd help him a lot, and it's a quite heavy body. But his trigger action's pretty good. You just got to remember to fully let off. That's a pretty impressive time. Might be enough, maybe, to make it to the A main. And that's it. Richie Austin says, Muffin who? So let's see, where is he at? Gunnar in fourth position. So that is going to get him for sure in the A main. Nathaniel's up next, then it'll be Randy Kirtley. Ready, Nathaniel? And here we go. Nathaniel Burden. I think it's hitting to some of the higher RPMs. I heard it squeal. Really smooth sounding car for sure. 5.995. Ooh, car coming off there. And a red flag rotation. 5987. Next up is Randy Kirtley. I need to get my picture taker ready. Ready? Here we go. Richie Austin says, yeah, motor sounds good. Randy's sounding good here. 5.235. So Randy definitely got a competitive car here. 5.184. He's smooth with this car. Whew. That would have been a really fast time there. And then he sends it. He's still getting used to his new controller, though. And a checkered flag. 5.184 for Randy. That's going to take up third position there. Got to take a picture of this. Okay. So James. Gunner, you going A or B? He's going A? Okay. Gabriel, where do you want to go? Orange? Glenn, where do you want to go? Nathaniel, where do you want to go? James, where do you want to go? All right, guys. James, white lane. Gabriel, orange lane. Glenn, yellow lane. Nathaniel, black lane. You're not supposed to touch those till you race. No. No, not until you race. Track marshals. Glenn putting a sticker on his car. All right, guys. We ready? Here we go. First heat, here we roll. out to an early lead. Right behind him is Glenn Burden, side by side. Glenn lifting a little bit in turn 3. Gabriel pushing forward there, but Glenn making up the speed there on the back stretch. 6 car. Oh, Glenn over pushed in there coming out of the corner. Daniel Burton coming out of turn 1. You see James' car coming off there in turn 3 to the end. Gabriel Kirtley coming off on turn 2. Glenn right there to collect a little bit. It is now pulled about a quarter of a track difference between the two. Ooh, so we get 3 cars off in the hump here. Glenn's going to make the pass, now taking over the lead. Glenn Burden there out in the lead by about 5 or 6 car lengths as Gabriel comes off yet again in the third corner. We see James Merriam coming off here. James McCutcheon coming off. Gabriel Kirtley now back in the lead. As we see Glenn Burden coming off second to the last corner here, side by side with Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel moving up to second right there at the end. Pretty tight race so far. 18 for the top 3. Gabriel, Nathaniel, and Glenn. James McCutcheon in 4th with 15. Gonna drop in here for special thanks for a good 4 crowns this year, 4,000 purse total. We just finished that up today and gave out the prizes and memberships and everything else. Livermore Subway is our sponsor, and they sponsored 1,000 hard cash. And Defense 7 Technology Group sponsored $1,000 hard cash for the 4 crowns. And then if they were a member, they got a free shirt. If not, they could choose to purchase one if they want, as long as they were in the series. But there's their series shirts. They didn't get to wear them today because they didn't come in. But nonetheless, a good banquet. A lot of Subway sandwiches ate today. Get myself ready over here on the pause menu. "24 seconds before we go green racing." Microphone cut out again. Almost skipped them. They wouldn't have liked that. It would have been funny, though, but they wouldn't have liked it. All right, track marshals are in. Here we go. Round robin 2 of 8 of the B main GTP class. We see James Merriam coming off. Gabriel giving a little love touch as Jay Latham gets to put it back on. And we see Glenn Burden coming off in turn 2 there. Gunner's going to get him slotted back in. Nathaniel Burden right behind Gabriel. We get a hard hit here. James Merriam, I think, might have lost sight of his car there. James McCutcheon, sorry. And he wadded that baby up pretty hard. There's James yet again coming off in turn 2. Glenn Burden getting a little side-by-side action with him. Gabby Kirtley leading the way. First, second, third corner now Camel Hump. As it looks like he's trying to reel in James here. And James there letting him go by on the other end of the Camel Hump. Lynn Burton coming off in turn 2. Gabby passing up there. Right in front of him there is James Merriam again coming off. Or James McCutcheon. Sorry, I keep saying that. James M. We see Gabby Kirtley coming off there on White Lane. Oh my goodness. Car flying off the track there. Gabriel Kirtley in his 5,000th body. Tough. It's hard to put them on. Got to respect it though. You know, the track marshals do the best they can. But when you get one of them 5,000th bodies, if you've never had one in your hands, it's almost just a little bit thicker than saran wrap. So they're just very tough to hold on to. It almost forces you to literally have to grip the chassis. Nonetheless, Gabriel's going to hang on to the lead there even after a woohoo. Sorry about that. I hope y'all wasn't watching on big screen. That probably made you nauseous. All right, we click on that. Bring us bigger. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 37 laps, 36 Nathaniel, 33 Glenn, 28 James McCutcheon. I'm just now realizing what James Merrimuffin is. Richie Austin is talking about James Merriman, sorry. And I guess that's his nickname, Merrimuffin. Okay, I didn't know that. Or that could just be the way it sounds when it's coming out of my mouth. I know I do have a very nasal kind of sound to me. I can't help it. It's the way I've always sounded. 37 seconds will be back under the green racing already through 2 round robin heats coming into our third. Gabriel Kirtley still holding on to the lead, but I know a few Burden boys that would love to change that up. And anything can happen in this race. Excuse me. The tiredness is starting to step in a little bit on me. I got to get through another one, though. And I'm excited to see it. It was very eventful the last A-Main, very quick. 8:06. I said my bedtime. I'm old. My bedtime's usually around 9:30. But, hang on. Here we go. Be just 1 second, guys. There we go. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a timeout issue. We're back in it. Gabriel Kirtley coming through the Camel's Hump there side by side with Nathaniel Burden. Sounds like James' car possibly dragging. Several cars coming off the track there. Gabriel Kirtley still hanging it out there on red lane as he passes 2 cars on the front stretch. Gabriel Kirtley now 3 laps up on the lead here. And he is pushing very hard. So we got a blown motor possibly, or a body inside something. I don't know. Sean's doing some twists in there as he gets drops the car and actually catches Glenn's body a little bit. Gabriel making a pass on the outside of Glenn there on white. Randy's saying he thinks that James's car is possibly bent. Ten seconds left to go in the heat. Gabriel Kirtley currently 3 laps up. Oh, as Glenn Burton gives James a little love tap there through the third to the last turn. And we can see here, Gabriel Kirtley, 58 laps, 54 Nathaniel, 50 Glenn, and 38 James McCutcheon. Special thanks to our sponsors yet again, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999 for all your sub needs. Defense 7 Technology Group for all your IT needs. Give them a shout. Give me a little drink of water here while we're in an intermission here while the guys work on their cars. Water bottle down. All right, here we go. James a little bit behind schedule here. Kirtley still out in the lead here. So he comes around to the start-finish now. A little incident there. He narrowly misses it. So he goes on the outside of Nathaniel. Nathaniel gives him a little room. But he could have sent him, but didn't. And Gabriel, you know, he is on the cut off pretty much, but he is technically, should be in the other class, really. Nathaniel Burton there on white lane, holding off that Glenn Burton there on red lane, both of them side by side. Oh. Glenn Burton there on red lane. Getting off on white lane for a little bit of a quick ride. Glenn letting white lane go by, Nathaniel Burton there. And a red flag rotation. Take a look here. Gabriel Kirtley still in the lead. 79 laps, 72 for Nathaniel, 65 Glenn, and 53 James McCutcheon. Put the mouse down for a small second. Trying to get a little bit comfortable here. Ten seconds will be going back green racing. Gabriel, best time 5.665. Next in line to that is Glenn Barton, 6.166. Sorry, guys. That was on me. I accidentally clicked it. It's hard to keep your finger right on the button and not click it. All right, Gabriel Kirtley almost cracking 100 there. 99, 89 for Nathaniel, 83 for Glenn, and 68 for James McCutcheon. Yet again, special thanks to our sponsor, Livermore, Kentucky Subway and Defense 7 Technical Group for their sponsorship for the Four Crowns and for the year. Let's take a look around Lanes Raceway. A happening place here on Sundays for sure. right, full red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Got an earache now. It's horrible. Falling apart, folks. I'm falling apart. Round robin, 6 of 8. Gabriel Kirtley out in a substantial lead, 111 laps. Nathaniel Burden, 99. Glenn Burden, 94. James McCutcheon, 77. Just an update for those that might be listening and not watching. Everybody crashed there. Jay making a comment that it is a full J. It's actually a half J. Only 4. Ooh, sweet mercy. And a red flag rotation. Gabriel swapping some braids. Car coming alive a little bit better. 5.4 was the best time that time. Gabriel Curley 118, 105 for Nathaniel, 100 for Glenn, and 82 for James McCutcheon. Ooh. All right, 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Round robin, 7 of 8. Excuse me. And Gabriel Kirtley there on the black lane as he comes around the start finish line. Coming to reel in Glenn Burden here on purple. And Glenn coming off there. Gabriel rolling on through. Next series coming up after this one is going to be our Fairgrounds and NASCAR series, both hard body. Two going in side by side, one coming out. A hard hit there in the third to the last corner. And that is a red flag. Rotation. One more, and this B main will be in the books. Gabriel Kirtley, 139. He's got a substantial lead there. Nathaniel Burton, 123. Substantial lead in front of third place. At 117, Glenn Burton, a substantial lead against fourth. 98 laps. This is why the commentary has not been too good for this race. Is it's so spread apart that there's not really a lot of action taking place, other than the occasional hard wreck that we can comment on. And you have that. Sometimes you have really, really close, tight, exciting races. Other times you have big spreads like this: 14 on average, 16.7 on average, 17.6 on average, 19.9 on average. They're all at least one lap extra per lap difference from one another. So it's hard to make the change, you know. Gabbard is making a comment that his brush was burned up. That's why he was slow. I smell smoke coming up in here. We got a real strong smell of smoke, like wood burning smoke. And a ridiculously hard hit there. That could be the end of that car. Or he had it hooked up backwards. Turn marshals. Okay, Latham get a car put back on there. James hit really hard there. Gonna retire from the heat here. The A main coming up next going to be a whole lot tighter race. These guys are right there, just a couple hundredths different from each other. So a little bit different scenario coming next race. Excited for it. Waiting on it actually, as it won't be so sparsely separated. Glenn Burton trying to make some moves here on Nathaniel, though. Got her within 4 laps. And that's a checkered flag there, and a race down in the books. Gabriel Kirtley going to bring home that win with 158 total laps, 139 Nathaniel, Glenn Burton 135, and James McCutcheon 98. So we're going to go ahead and Glenn's recording right now. Once he gets done recording this, we'll jump right into the other guys, get them set up. You got them all, Glenn? You got to put them on the track, and then you can. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's going to be Gunner, Jay, Randy, Sean, Guillermo. Okay. It'll be a second. I got to get their names in first. Sean, Randy, Jay, Gunner. Okay. All right. And Guillermo's first. Guillermo, you said white. Sean, what do you want? Sean. Orange. Dad?
Orange and white's took.
Okay. Oop, Jay? Gunner?
Orange took. No, orange is not. Yeah, orange is took.
All right, there's our lineup for the final race this evening. All right. Glenn, how's it going?
Tired.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Me too. I got. Guess what I got today? An earache.
A what?
An earache.
A new rake.
Earache.
Oh, earache.
Got it while I've been doing this. It's because I've kept this ear muff over my ear all day long.
Switch it.
I can't because the mic's on this side.
Get you another headset with a mic on this side.
I need one a mic here and a mic here so I can swap them, don't
Switch them out.
I? Yeah, it wouldn't be bad.
From 8 to 7:30 last night racing, and then today's race.
It's tough being a racer, ain't it?
It's tough being a racer, especially when you travel. I think we're gonna leave that tray on the track for him. See who can clear it.
That definitely changed things. Ooh, I better get this over. Oop, come here, you. Cars are on the track. All right, track marshals. Hello, T.
Hamburger and french fries again tonight?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That'll work.
It was pretty. What?
Struggle meals.
It was pretty.
It was good though. I mean, like I said, that Subway bread's good stuff.
You're good, Steve.
Hmm.
You're good.
Yeah, he's good.
How many people's watching right now?
Don't know. I just talk like it. All right, guys, here we go. Talk like there are people watching. Now that last one wasn't too eventful, so there wasn't a whole lot of talking to be said. Ooh, wow, right out of the gate, a lot of wrecks. Guillermo Sires going to take an early lead here on White Lane. Trying to find old Guillermo here. Guillermo there in the orange car. Brakes up, brake checks up. Guillermo's really letting her scream there as he comes around the start-finish line side by side with Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley kind of lifting a little bit there. Gunner coming off in the camel hump. Back to the start-finish line side by side, Randy Kirtley and Guillermo. Neither one lifting. Guillermo extremely quick here. On blue lane, Gunner Vinder side by side a little bit with Guillermo. Guillermo inching out a little bit. Gunner losing a lot of time there on the last corner. Lifting very hard. Guillermo Sires got a screaming GTP there on White Lane. Sean McCutcheon now taking over second position. We see Jay Latham's car coming off there on purple, having an issue with the guide flags. Orange car crossing the start-finish line. Guillermo Sire again, kind of out in no man's land, but he is hauling the mail. 5.365 best lap, or 5.166 best lap time. He's almost breaking the fours during the race. And he definitely wants to. 5.38 medium. He's gaining 0.2 bare minimum on everybody on the track currently. Let's get the car to come off the lane here. 10 seconds left to go in this heat, and it's like Guillermo's in a different class than everybody else. Sean McCutcheon, Gunner, Randy, and Jay all very, very close to each other. As we get our first red flag rotation.
That was quick.
Guillermo Sire, 22 laps. Sean McCutcheon, 20. 19, Gunner. 19, Randy. 18, Jay Latham. And a special thanks yet again to our sponsors, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999, and Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green area. I think there's smoke in here, don't you? Like, I think there's like wood burning smoke or something in this room. You smell it? It's like it's coming from somewhere.
Maybe that guy's burning his wood burner up next to it.
That's horrible. My ear, I got an earache too, so that don't help. Huh?
You want a Tylenol?
No, I don't want a Tylenol. No,
Another water?
no. I'm just gonna suffer a little bit. Be alright.
Well, I'm here.
Excellent. Let's see what I got here. What I got here. I gotta get this back over here. What time is it? Let me see. Oh yeah, 8:38. We really close to my bedtime. The eyes are getting a little sleepy feeling.
I am tired.
Me too. It's been a long week. It's been a long week. Four red lights dropping out to green. Track marshals trying to get to their area. Here we roll. Guillermo Sire out in the lead by 2 laps. Sean McCutcheon wanting to try to make some moves here on white lanes. We see him through the camel hump. But like I said, Guillermo Sire there, 5.464 though. That's a tough one to beat, man. He is hauling here today. I didn't know if he was going to be able to make it through all 3 sessions, but looks like we do. Guillermo coming off. This is going to show some leeway for Sean McCutcheon. Now within 1 lap, we're starting to see a little heat start to form here. We'll get a fire here, or there'll be a lot of back and forth. So a lot of racing left to go. We just got to hang on and see. As we see Guillermo across the start-finish line through the camel hump here. Now through the start-finish line again. 1, 2, 3 camel hump. Right in front of him is Gunnar Bender. We got a stalled car on the front stretch there on Black Lane, Jay Latham. Jay Latham currently in 3rd position with the Mid-America strengthened chassis. Spent a lot of time straightening it up. Looked good. I seen it. It looked pretty good. Looks like Randy Kirtley coming off there. He's only 2 laps down from Sean McCutcheon. Gear ratio is a little bit different between the two. Could be the difference. Jay definitely got a fast car here. If he could just keep it on. Randy side by side with Jay Latham. And a red flag rotation. Guillermo yet again putting up some impressive numbers. 2 laps now, the separation between Guillermo and Sean. 43 for Guillermo, 41 for Sean, 39 for Randy, 38 for Jay, and 36 for Gunnar. Still anybody's ball game, as they say, but a lot of racing left to go. Guillermo turning a 21 on red, very tough, but you know, the one that really surprises me, the 22 on white, folks. So the record has been broke, and it has been broke today. 22 total laps. So before this is all said and done, who's going to turn 23? Means they're 5-second laps. That would be pretty tough to do. But if that happens, pretty daggum cool. Pretty daggum cool. You know what? I might actually get a day off tomorrow that I don't actually have to do anything. I have to talk to Randy about that, but I might actually get a day off, or I don't have to build a table. I don't have to go somewhere. I don't have to do anything. I don't know. We might have to restock. We'll have to restock the colas and stuff. I don't know. I guess we could do that Wednesday though. I might just have me a day off tomorrow. That might be really, really refreshing. I know T needs one. Our cat just died, Chewy. He's been around for 13 years, so he got pretty old. He hung in there as long as he could, but I thank God that he took him. I know I prayed about it like yesterday, that God take him, and T did too, and he did. And I think he waited until we left, because he was holding on all morning long, and then he waited until we left. And as soon as we left, I know he'd passed. So it's been pretty sad a couple days, but sad day. Feels like a couple days though. Didn't get much sleep last night. If anybody's ever lost a pet, you know how it is. It's a pretty sad situation. Guillermo Sire there, 47 laps. Sean, 44, 42, Jay Latham. And another stalled car on the front stretch. Jay Latham there on yellow lane. Guillermo Sire back on that green. Trying to find him here. There he is, orange. All right, now in the camel hump, Guillermo Sire First, second, third, and now Camel Hump. He's going to try to reel in. Ooh, and a car popping off there, almost like it hit a bump. 1 minute left to go. 2 cars hit. Right at the red line, Ty goes to the runner. We'll let it happen. And we're having issues here. Little pro tip for the racers: stay out of the trigger till they get the car on the track. You will spark your car and it will pop a wheelie. Same thing is happening right there on orange. A lot of wrecks this heat. 4 laps up, Guillermo Sire, Sean McCutcheon, 4 laps down. Pretty close between Sean and Jay. Randy and Jay dead on with each other, yellow and orange. And a red flag rotation. 4.917 for Guillermo Sire here during the race. He has got his car tuned, folks. Turning 22 laps yet again. What once was a unheard of amount of laps, he has done twice in a row. 65 total laps. 61 for Sean McCutcheon. 59 for Randy. 58 for Jay. And 53 for Gunnar Binder. The smoke smell is definitely strong right here, right now, where I'm at. Uh, it is a mixture between trash, like household trash and plastic, and hardwood that you would burn in like a smoker. It's horrible. But it's coming through the front door, I guess, and it's trying to suck out through this door just to the left of me. So I'm getting it all. It's brutal. Good times. 20 seconds, and we'll be on the halfway mark here. Guillermo Sire's got a speed wagon for sure, Formula One style car. They're all trying to get around here pretty quick. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Focus on the orange car as he comes around to the outside, and Gunnar Binder sends him to the wall. He's back on again, though, through the camel hump. Kind of in no man's land here now. Right behind him, Jay Latham. So we see a car there. Glenn gets it picked up, put back on. That was the white car of Randy Kirtley, the Frost King. On the outside, Guillermo Sire makes a nice clean pass there on Jay Latham. But man, when you're on, you're on. Guillermo Sire is definitely on tonight, as he has got that baby hooking. He's out there in no man's land leading the pack right now. Everybody else kind of clustered up. Guillermo Sire all race long, not to be touched. 5.237 now. Orange lane to Jay Latham coming out. The only thing I've seen so far about Jay Latham, he's very, very fast through the whole track, but The exit corner coming in on the front stretch is causing him a lot of issues on every lane. Other than that, he has a fast car here, 5.506, the fastest we've seen so far. 5.3 seems to be the average. 5.023 is the fast for Guillermo. And Guillermo Sire coming off right there at the exit corner also. He's still hanging it in there, 5.023, and a hard hit. Two cars piled up on. We see James doing his best to get those cars on. Like I said, don't wreck, guys. Oh, Guillermo Sire getting side-winded. 80 laps, Sean McCutcheon got her within 2. Randy Kirtley having some issues there on white. Dropping to 4th position. Him and Jay Latham tied up. Just got to get through the heat. Check your cars out. As we literally leave you just enough time to put your car back on in the red zone. It is not a chance to work on your car. We don't want to get that started. It is a opportunity to get your car put back on in the red zone. That's what it is. 85 total laps, Guillermo Sire. 83, Sean McCutcheon. 77, Todd, Jay Latham, Randy Kirtley. 73, Gunnar Binder. It's starting to get a little spicy here. It's making me set up a little bit. Now, if we go to the next level, the edge. When we get to the edge of the seat, you guys know. So if you ever tune in, let me just tell you, if you ever tune in and you see me down like this, it means there's not a whole lot going on racing wise. But if you see me set up, there's a decent amount going on. Now, if you ever tune in and you see me like this, it's on. Pay for the whole seat, but you only need the edge. That's what I always say. And sometimes that's the key. Special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999, and Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green area. Currently going for the 5 of 8 round robin rotation. Looking good. We're battling here, folks. We're battling. It's been a back and forth with Jay and Randy all race long. But Guillermo Sire, he's been on one. You see him there with his jet turbo blaster there, blasting that motor, trying to cool it off. He's even got the 5.0 Guillermo Sire Pit Boy for himself just to fit that big old turbo blaster. Randy Kirtley rolling around. 5 seconds before we go green. Here comes Sean in the dead sprint. And we're rolling, folks. Guillermo Sire on the camel hump, rolling around. Gabriel Kirtley, track marshal in the middle, getting Randy Kirtley put back on red. Not what Randy wants to see if he wants to stay in contention with Jay Latham. Randy having some trouble there coming off red lane. Jay Latham having trouble in turn 2. Glenn Burden helping him out there. Guillermo Sire there. Red lane row. That was Gunnar Binder coming off on orange in the front stretch for a track call. Randy and Jay back 82-82. They're side by side too. Oh, Randy getting involved in a huge incident, and so was Gunnar. Giving about a back stretch or a front stretch worth of leeway to Jay Latham. Randy and Jay that close. 55 seconds left to go. Randy coming off again in that dreaded second to last turn, causing him a lot of trouble. And it could be his chassis might be a smidge bent, and it's causing an issue up on the uphill climb there. You guys know that's been racing slot cars for a while. Anytime these things get just a little bit out of kilter and you're running a ragged edge, you got problems on your hands. We see Guillermo Sire's car coming off. Now Sean McCutcheon got him within 2 laps. 10 seconds left to go in the heat. We might see a little bit of the edge before it's all said and done, folks. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Things are getting a little bit tight. Jay Latham and Randy still in the heat on the same lap. We got some tight racing rolling here. Guillermo Sire 107, 104, Sean McCutcheon 97, Jay Latham 97, Randy Kirtley 93, Gunnar Binder. Now they're going to work on their cars a little bit. I'm going to get my mouse ready for the next one. I'm already starting to feel a little bit of up front, on the edge seat racing. Sean right now averaging 20.8, not too different from Guillermo with a 21.4. So a 0.6 difference there, and they'll be running the same. Now, we have seen Sean turn a 22 there on green. He's going to need to successfully turn at least a 21 or hang on a second here. No, he's going to have to turn 22. He is going to have to turn some 22 lappers here for sure to catch up. Jay Latham and Randy pretty tied up close. Gabriel Kirtley holding on to a prayer for Jay and Gabriel. He just needs them to run nothing but 20 lappers. Now, I know Randy Kirtley's not going to let that happen. I know he's already put up some 21s, but he's still hoping. And we'll let him have his hope. Hope's a good thing. Of course, Gabriel Kirtley in the B main, top runner. All right, 4 red lights dropping out to green. We're going to be heading back to that beautiful race. It was in the red lane. Whenever my track marshals tell me track, we shut the track, boys and girls. It's barely in the red, but it was in it. As we get 2 cars coming off. That was Gunnar Binder coming off twice there. Guillermo 112. Now got her within 3, Sean does. 2, pretty close. Let's say 2 3/4. Jay and Randy still tied up. Very, very close. Just a little bit different from one another. Of course, Jay right there on red lane as Randy's going to try to make a move here coming up. And it looks like he's made it. Randy's now swapping up Jay here. With 1 minute and 6 left to go, Randy's going to have to try to push forward and make a little bit of momentum. Now, is catching Sean in the question? Probably not, unless Sean has a blow apart, because he's a good 10 or so laps ahead. Just in perspective, that would be 50 seconds. So, right now, if this was the last heat, Randy would be done. So, he would need Sean pretty much to be shut out here. Guillermo Sire having some issues here. This is definitely going to make things a little interesting. Now within 1 lap here, we're starting to get a little tight and close here. Guillermo Sire with 122 there on black lane. Let's focus in as he comes around the start-finish line. Coming off again in turn 1. And it looks like James having some issues getting Guillermo back in. Literally within 1 lap now. 1 lap as we see Right headset died. 1 lap now separating first through second. Guillermo Sire there on black lane going through first, second, and third corner. He has dropped quite a few laps here. Just, and a red flag rotation right at the end. Guillermo did not like that heat whatsoever. He had 2 big wrecks, and that third one right there with just 1 second left to go, that saved him. Guillermo Sire at 126 right now, turning only 19 laps on black. Sean McCutcheon taking advantage, doing the 21 deal. And was able to turn that 21 laps that he needed just to stay alive. Now he doesn't need 22 laps. He just needs another heat like that. 126, 125 for Sean McCutcheon, 117 for Randy as he pulls up a lap on Jay. This is the first time in about 3 heats that they've not been tied. So 117 for Randy, 116 for Jay Latham. Gunner, 111. It is starting to get a little bit hot in here. 6 of 8 is what we're rolling into. We got this one and 1 more heat coming up. So it'll be 7 round robin, 7 of 8 coming up next. And I'll tell you, it's boiling down to a very, very close race between Guillermo and Sean McCutcheon. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Sean last week brought home the win here. This week, Guillermo's been holding it off all race long. So we see Brian, Guillermo, and Randy all there next to each other. The one thing I want is 23 seconds to be over with so we get back into this race. Now, our main focus is going to be that orange car above the bridge here, because that is your leader, and he's hanging on to that lead literally by 1 lap. So he is going to have to do some impressive things here to keep it in. But if he just goes back to the old Guillermo from the very beginning of the race, he should be pretty solid. Now back on yellow, a little bit off of the sharp corners here. We'll see if he can do another 22 lapper. And out of the gate, hard and fast, making a pass there on Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley kind of staying out of the way a little bit. So we see Randy and Guillermo side by side, and a car right there in the middle of the way, but Gabriel's quick to get it. Guillermo Sire coming around the third corner through the camel hump. Randy Kirtley taking the lead there, and he comes out on the last corner there. Guillermo back in the middle, side by side with Gunnar Bender as they roll through deep together, giving each other somewhat of a challenge. And Gunnar coming off second to the last corner. Now Guillermo Sire and a car coming completely off the track. Brian Bender grabbing 2 cars, it looks like. And we're back racing. Guillermo Sire in the third to the last corner there in the orange and yellow car. He's hugging onto that lead by 1. Everybody wrecked so far except for the guy he wants to wreck, which is Sean McCutcheon on black. As we see Gunnar Bender coming off yet again, turn 2. And we see Jay Latham coming off the second to last corner. We're also checking out here another car coming off on black lane. That's Sean McCutcheon. Now we got it within 2 laps if Guillermo can make this pass here. Sean McCutcheon and Guillermo through the camel hump side by side. Guillermo just a little bit laid back behind, and Glenn having trouble getting Gunnar on lap 2. A track call, and what a hard little touch that we see there from Guillermo, giving Sean McCutcheon a little what for, as they call it, sending Sean McCutcheon off the track. Now these are your top 2 racers, and what a little side-by-side action race that has turned out to be. But Guillermo now back in quick fashion here. Cold-blooded veins of ice currently, and sends his main competition to the wall. I wouldn't have it any other way, Rubbin is racing, and it's rowdy when you're out in the field. So nonetheless, Guillermo Sire is hanging on to it right now. So he just needs to not have another heat like he did the previous heat, and he should have this baby in the bag now 3 laps up. That is a total of 15 seconds comfortable, similar to what Gabriel had earlier in the LMP. And we see a car coming off the track there. It looks to be Randy Kirtley coming off. And here comes Guillermo Sire right on Randy's backside as they go through the camel hump. And Randy blips up in the corner, allowing him to go by. Randy coming off yet again on blue lane, holding down that third position by a lap. And we get a red flag rotation with two cars coming off, Jay Latham and Gunnar Vender. All right, guys, let's make this thing a little bit bigger. Like I said, it's getting spicy here towards the end. 4 laps now are the separating different factors between Guillermo and Sean. Was all the way down to 1 lap different. Sean having a little bit of trouble in that last heat there. And as we can see, it's boiling down to brass tacks. Nothing lower than a 20 for Sean today. Is there still hope? There is. There's always hope. So we'll see what happens in the final heat. Randy Kirtley, 136, 135, Jay Latham, 129, Gunnar Vender. And all we can do is wait for this final heat. And I'm excited. I'm excited. We're there. We're there. It's starting to get hot and heavy in the A main GTP class. This is our final race of the evening, and how it's shaping up is great. We got 2 battles forming here, one between Guillermo and Sean McCutcheon, and a battle that's been going all race long, Jay Latham and Randy Kirtley. Jay Latham and Randy Kirtley both standing next to each other there in the camel hump of the track. Sean McCutcheon there in the second to last corner there working on his car, doing a little tire cleaning or something. And then we have Guillermo Sire in turn 1 over there by James McCutcheon working on the old orange ride. 33 seconds before we start this final hot heat here at Lanes Raceway. Hope you guys have been enjoying your time. If you have, please like, share, and subscribe, especially if you've made it this far in the live stream and you're still hanging out with us. It's been a very long day, and if you are watching this much slot car racing, you need to move to Livermore and come race with us, because that is a lot of watching racing without moving to Livermore. So just come on down. Here we go, folks. It all boils down to this. We got 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Some of our track marshals ain't even in position. They're all off. Here we go. Guillermo Sire right there, coming across the start finish line. 1, 2, 3. Camel hump by Gabriel Kirtley through the backside here. He's in no man's land. He's just got to keep it alive. Randy Kirtley 1 lap up on Jay Latham. We're going to keep our eyes on the leaders. He comes into traffic here side by side with Jay Latham. Jay Latham giving it up. Guillermo Sire coming up side by side with Gunnar Vender. Gunnar letting it off on the straight stretch, allowing him to go by. Randy Kirtley now side by side with Guillermo Sire, and there's a let up there. Randy Kirtley catching an edge there. And we can see, another wreck here. Not in the red zone, though. And we see Guillermo coming off that time. 54, 55, 56, 57. 4 laps of difference. We're probably seeing our winner here, unless we see him wreck several times in the next 30 seconds. So at the 30-second mark, it's all over but the crying. He could just pull his car if he wanted. So we see 2 cars coming off here. Oh, and Guillermo coming off again. Oh, my. Track call a little late on that as Gabriel Kirtley pulls it from the net. Randy Kirtley still hanging on to that lead from Jay Latham. We see Gunnar Vender coming off there. 30 seconds left to go within, and a track call on the front stretch. Like I said, guys, this is not to fix your car. It's to get them back on and get them rolling. All right, this is a live track, folks. Live track. And James having a little issue getting the cars in there. Oh, the car wide open. Yellow lane, Sean McCutcheon flying off the track, about knocking my brother's eyeball out of socket. And Gabriel gets him back on yellow, 4 laps down from the lead. As we see Sean pull his car to retire on the front stretch. And that's it, folks. Man, that was an eventful last heat. We see the car flying off into the sky there. Guillermo Sire going to bring it home, 169, 164, Sean McCutcheon. Very close battle between these guys all race long, and another battle right there behind them. Randy Kirtley going to pull off that third position, 153. Jay Latham, 152. Been after Randy all race long. It's been back and forth between those two. Gunnar Bender, 147. He was on the bubble, chose to go to the A main, and he's getting a little experience there with the A main boys. Nonetheless, we got Glenn Burden right now taking a peek up there at the screen to get things going. But guys, another special thanks to our sponsors, of course, for the Four Crowns and for the year, adding $1,000 to the Four Crowns. But guys, if we don't have the sponsors to get the money in here for the guys to race, you know, it's just not necessarily a spectator sport. It's other than watching here on live. So definitely like, share, and subscribe. Let's get slot car racing great again, as they say. You know, get some more slot car racing in your live feeds. Share, like, all that stuff. But Livermore Subway, another special thanks. Defense 7 Technical Group out of Owensboro and Bowling Green area. You know, call them for all your IT needs, all that stuff. Let them know that you care. Let us know here at Lanes Raceway you care by like, sharing, and subscribing. Thank you guys for tuning in. What a great day we've had. 2025 Four Crowns Banquet right after it, jumping right into some good racing. And we've had 3 good, fast races here at Lanes Raceway. Even a little edge of the seat action there on the 8 of 8 round rotation of the GTP. Thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you, and we'll see you next week.